reminder on day 5 of the summer in Maharashtra 2022. The Pole, Kamil Maharashtra, was unflappable against the favorite and second seed Lorenzo Musetti, winning 6-2, 6-7, 6-4. And if that wasn't enough, defending champion and fourth seed Jiri Vesely succumbed to the rising star from Finland, Emil Ruusuvuori, 6-3, 6-4. The Portuguese veteran João Sousa seemed to be a man in a hurry as he took apart the fifth seed German Daniel Altmaier 6-2, 6-3. In the last quarterfinal, Elias Ymer continued his giant-killing run, outlasting Stefano Travaglia 6-4, 7-6. In doubles action, the top-seeded Australian Luke Saville and JP Smith showed their class and won quite easily against the Indian pair. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, semi-final day. Mahalunge Balewadi Stadium once again. Day 6 live from Pune. You are watching the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. You know what it is? It's a semi-final Saturday. We got only 3 matches, but the way things have been going here, the standard has been fantastic. You do feel for the seeds every once in a while, but the overall standard has been terrific to watch. Thanks for joining us. Another wonderful, slightly breezy day here in Pune, but let's introduce our 2 guests once again. Tanvi Shah, thanks again, and Mr. Pune, Gaurav Natika. This time I got it right.
Yes, thank you.
Gaurav, you know, I say Mr. Pune, but I know that Pune is just so excited to have this tournament here. It's been, it's the biggest one on the calendar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ATP Tour tournament has been coming to Pune for the last few years. Unfortunately, there was a break, due to the pandemic. But just the way the organizing committee and the government and everybody has come together to organize this tournament in these trying times, great that some of the big players have also come here. And I just think that is fantastic for the people of Pune, but also for the people of India, because this is the only ATP Tour event in India. And especially for Pune, now that crowds are going to be allowed in a restricted number today, we can already see the stadium kind of filling up. There are people who are standing out waiting to get in. So I think in that sense, it's really, really great. And I hope that this tournament continues in Pune as a Puneite.
So do we all. Everything crossed, not just fingers. But let me ask you a follow-up on that. There are many cities in India that might claim to be the top tennis city. Where do you rank Pune? There's Chennai, there's Hyderabad, there's Mumbai, there's Delhi, there's Pune, Calcutta.
Yeah, well, I think things keep changing, right? In the sense that if you look at from a tournament perspective, obviously Maharashtra and Pune has the most number of tournaments. But I think in terms of the players as well, Pune had a rich tradition of history where there were a lot of Davis Cup ties held here. There were a lot of players that came out of here. But I think that, Chennai, Calcutta also would probably stake claim to that. So I think it's tough. It's tough.
You're riding the fence?
Obviously
it must be hurting.
I'm obviously biased
towards
Pune.
Pune, fabulous city. Tanvi, your thoughts about the tournament so far?
Well, I think it's the business time of the tournament right now. And I think for me, seeing our defending champion get knocked out, Jiri Vesely, a lot of points that he was defending there, that's a tough one. And then, of course, our second seed, Musetti, that everyone is really looking forward to getting knocked out by Kamil, whose last name I'm still trying to figure out. Mazurjak? I don't know.
Mashzak.
Okay, I think I'll get it. I'll get it if he wins today.
Let's just say Zach.
Let's just say Zach.
Say it 5 times quickly.
And then again, the giant killing run of Elias Ymer. Like qualifier to now his first tour semifinals. And his brother also making it up there this week.
I think Ymer is fast becoming a crowd favorite. Well,
Yeah.
we'll see. Let's go back to day 5 and check on those quarterfinals. Let's begin with the Musetti match now. He'd become quite a favorite here. Youngster, very talented. But, Kamil was just unflappable. I mean, he got to everything and, well, maybe not this one, but of course he did. So the man in the white shirt, there he is, Emil Maharashtra. A quick thought, Gaurav.
Well, it was a close match. Musetti has not really won too many matches for a while now. And Maharashtra hasn't really been to the semi-final of a ATP Tour event. So both of them in that sense had a lot to play for. Musetti playing for his confidence and Kamil playing, of course, for his first ever semi-final appearance. And really, it was a tough match, very, very up and down. And at the end, Kamil kind of came through. He choked a little bit in the final few minutes, but eventually made it through. And, hats off to him for actually winning that match.
Yeah, you're tough to please. But, I mean, it was a big win for Kamil. And we were, you and everybody else were thinking highly of Musetti, but it wasn't to be, just not his day. Let's move on to the next semi-final because this whole giant killing spree continues. So, Ruusuvuori. Now, how much we've talked about him being one of the finest talents from Finland, only 22 so far. And here's a reminder of how it all went.
I think, again, it was a really tough battle because Ruusuvuori and Vesely have played each other before. And again, Ruusuvuori coming through in that one as well in the past on hard courts in straight sets. So if you think about their game styles, Ruseva is really solid from the back. And on the other hand, Vesely, obviously a big server, but I think Rusavari really just had all that energy in his system. He was really chasing down every ball. I think Vesely, for some reason, couldn't really make it through at all.
Yeah, he did serve some bombs as we'd expect a 6'6" defending champion too. But Rusabori too solid.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the next one because João Sousa not only beat the Indian in the first round, but barely so. He keeps progressing. Great tournament for him, Gaurav.
Yes, he really played well yesterday, well within his limits. I must say, though, that Altmaier was clearly not in his frame of mind, and even his racket frame didn't seem to be really happy. But I just think that Sousa just played well within his limits. Didn't really have to do too much because Altmaier was really making all the mistakes. He had over 15 forehand unforced errors, and the forehand is actually his weapon. But all credit to Sousa. Like I said, he has been a bit of a villain this week because he beat Arjun Kade in a tightly fought third set. Happy that he's made the semi-final, and I think he'll be happy as well because he has to move the rankings up.
Yeah, Altmaier, of course, had all sorts of demons to deal with, and that forehand of his started cracking up, which was such a shame on his part, but Sousa will take it all. Let's go to our last quarterfinal, and there was a lot of youngsters certainly here in the stadium cheering for Elias Ymer. I wonder what Travaglia was thinking about all of that, saying, where's the support coming from?
Absolutely. I mean, Ymer definitely being the crowd favorite, just watching all the kids chanting his name throughout, that's a tough one when the entire crowd's against you. But again, once again, Ymer has played Travaglia in the past, and they played each other on clay, and Ymer came through in that one. So I feel like he knew his game style, and he knew he just had to hang in there. Travaglia, I'm not sure, really has any big weapons to beat him. So it was more Ymer just hanging in there, and he clearly seems very confident. 4 matches under his belt already.
Yeah, Ymer, of course, what a fabulous dream run for the man now representing Sweden, earlier, of course, born in Ethiopia. Let's just remind you about the doubles scoreline because it didn't go well for the Indian pair at all. They had shown a fair amount of talent earlier on. We thought they might give the top seeds a bit of a run, but it was just fabulous. Saville and Smith beating Balaji and Vardhan 2 and 4. I'm sure you were touch disappointed, Gaurav.
Yes, especially after Saville and Smith barely made by the skin of their teeth in that first round against
Maineni and
Sasi Kumar. But Shriram, Shriram and his partner have had a good run. I think they can be, happy with the way they've performed. But clearly, the top seeds were in a different league yesterday.
All right, let's just quickly check on not only the results from yesterday, but let's talk about day 6 now. I think we should move on, shouldn't we? Okay, here we are. Order of play on this semi-final Saturday. The 2 singles to begin with. Rusevori taking on Marsazak, and Elias Ymer. Will he continue his giant-killing ways? Of course, João Sousa not very highly rated either. I think that match might last the distance, go to 3. We'll see. But a quick thought, Gaurav, on the first one.
Well, I think Rusevori is such an incredible talent. The more said about him, I think the better, because I really think that this guy, one day, I believe, could end up winning a Grand Slam, especially in the next 3 to 4 years. Just the way he's been hitting the ball, and he's been coming up well through the junior ranks. We've seen his form yesterday. I mean, Vesely yesterday was serving big, but Rusevori was able to combat it and able to really, keep his head and keep his mind at the baseline as well. So I think that Rusevori is going to win that one.
Well, he's the obvious favorite, but let's go to the next one, because that could be really close. Sousa and Ymer.
But before that, with Rusevori has played Camille in 2021 US Open, and he beat him in the 4th set. So obviously, once again, he knows what's happening here, and at the same time, it could really be a battle because it's close. 4 sets, 2021 US Open.
Okay, let's also just quickly pay attention to the doubles. I think you skipped over that because that's not the big battle. Now, they have been squeezing through. We call them the Rambo squeeze. But Ramkumar and Bopanna, they will be playing the French duo today. And what do you expect, Gaurav?
Look, the way they play, the big serves that they have, and with the altitude that we have in Pune, it's going to be very tough for anyone to break their serves, right? And the fact that they're good returners, but it's very, very tough to break serve. So they are going to always have tough matches, but I expect them to beat the French duo, even though the French duo have been playing regularly for the past year or so. I think that Ram and Bopes are going to make it through.
Well, the big serves are certainly a delight to watch. But, I mean, I don't want to sound partisan or biased, but it will be nice to see some Indian interest in the final. That's tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'd love to have Team Rambo in the finals. And the form that they're coming in, I think they're the favorites for sure.
Well, I like your optimism. Yours too. But of course, I mean, the crowd support, certainly, if they need it at all. Ram Kumar, by the way, really works up the crowd. So we'll see what happens today and whether they make it through the final or not. What about the weather here? We have been saying it's great for tennis. Let's just check on the temperatures again. 26, just about the same. The humidity a little higher, 22. And of course, the wind says only 2 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually very comfortable. So once again, only 2 matches on center court. One, of course, the doubles that will follow. And weather-wise, this is standard Pune weather, you think, Gaurav? Because you know it all. I think it's very comfortable. It gets nice and cool.
Well,
in the
I don't
evening.
know it all. I do know a lot, but I'm not a know-it-all. But I think the weather is perfect, right? I mean, it's cool in the mornings and evenings. It kind of gets cool from 4 p.m. onwards. Once the lights come on, the weather cools down. It's perfect conditions for play. Hardly any wind, especially when the players are coming from Melbourne, where it's really hot. It was very windy for a few days as well. So absolutely perfect conditions for tennis.
And you've been enjoying talking to the players, Tanvi. Are they mostly enjoying Pune? They have good words for it?
They're loving Pune and everyone's loving the food. So clearly, the food is working for a lot of them who are still in the tournament. And again, I want to say Sausa and Imar have played thrice before, and Sausa has won all 3 times.
3,000 meters.
So-
You don't want anyone to hear that. But he's been very steady. Gaurav, thanks so much for joining us. And of course, Tanvi, as always. Let's remind you about the first match here on center court. The Tata Open Maharashtra 2022 is men's singles semi-final. Emil Rusevori, we think the favorite. Not that he's so highly ranked compared to Kamil Marzak. But let's see whether the poll can come back and show the kind of fight that he showed earlier on. So big thank you again to the two of you.
That was pretty
Gaurav,
interesting,
Tanvi, since you're on camera, looking good. And we, of course, welcome you to our coverage of semi-final Saturday once again. You know what's going to happen now. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, it's singles, semi-finals. Thanks so much for joining us.
Mindful of the entire conditions of the ice there as well. So Netherlands, they're bagging the gold medal in this particular category. Overall, in this 24th edition of the Winter Olympics 2022, there are 15 sporting disciplines. And through the day, we have seen action in almost all of them. So whether it has been the different categories of skiing, we've had action there. We've had some action in biathlon. Ice hockey as well, there was the action where we did see complete dominance of the Canadian women as they were able to get the better of Finland 11-1. There are a few more matches which are lined up for the day today. In the women's prelim round, today we will also have Japan take on Denmark, Czech Republic versus Sweden, and later we'll also have the United States taking on the Russian Olympic Committee. Remember, in ice hockey, it's a 1-hour game, but those 60 minutes are divided into 3 periods of 20 minutes each, and you've got this ice ring, and therefore the entire hockey becomes very challenging. At any given point of time, you've got 6 players which are there from a particular team onto the field, and that includes the goalie as well. The other event, of course, that is the measure of all eyes whenever Winter Olympics happen is luge, the game that is known for the Indian luge fighter Shivakeshwan. And it's one of the 3 sliding sports that is also featuring in the Winter Olympics here at Beijing, China. So you've got luge and bobsleigh and skeleton. Luge, of course, is the fastest of the 3, where the rider can race up to the speeds averaging 120 to 145 kilometers per hour. So a lot of action, and we hope that daily when we bring you all the live telecast, our understanding of different sporting disciplines which are featuring in the Winter Olympics is also increasing. So there's ice hockey, and then there's another set which is linked to skating. And we just now showed you the results of the 3,000 meters speed skating. Similarly, there are other events that are linked to skating as well. But overall, as you see the visuals, I think when somebody does ski, it's about the jumps that you are able to see. The aerial flips one gets to see. And it also means that sometimes you have to defy the gravity, you have to understand the aerodynamics, and that's why winter sports are very attractive. And compared to the Summer Olympic sports, are very different too. And that's why you probably find that in Summer Olympics, while you can have China, America, UK in the top 3, top 5, whereas you look at the top 3, top 5 here, you would find
Here we
Norway
go.
doing well.
Super
Finland
Saturday
also country
in
that is
Pune.
excelling in many winter sports. Germany does well. So
Day
entire
6
Nordic
of the
nations
Tata Open
do well
Maharashtra.
primarily because they have a lot of snow and
Welcome
a lot
our
of,
semi-finalists
sports that happen on
onto
the
centre
snow
court.
as well. So let's go for some more live action on the 24th edition of Winter Olympics here on Minister.
Led by Kamil Masiczak of Poland, who took out the number 2 seed, Lorenzo Musetti, and the man from Finland, Emil Rosovori. Emil was the man who took out the number 4 seed, Yuri Vasily, the defending champion, in straight sets in the quarterfinals.
In Europe, they try to do it the same time. You have one? Right.
So we have
Do you want to stay in the middle here, please?
the crowds coming in at last. There's a different electricity at the stadium
Is Anel, he's helping us with the toss today?
as both the players get ready for the customary toss of the coin. This afternoon, Anil Siolekar, the chairman of Oxford Group at O Hotels India,
First one this direction and afterwards the other way. So if you stay in the middle,
will do
please.
the honors.
And one the other way, please.
So the players are taking the customary photographs with the gentleman who will now conduct the ball toss.
Just keep in mind if you want to challenge, to say challenge loud and clearly, please. For the
Day
towels,
6
Anil, if you take
of the
big
Tata
ones,
Open
please.
Maharashtra
We'll,
Super
clean off
Saturday,
you.
as we call it,
And TV changeovers as well. Any questions?
semi-final day.
Over to you.
We have either you say Tata or you say MSF. Here we go.
Go for it. Oh, good one.
That's the MSF.
Your call. Yes, sir.
Emil Rosovori, I think, has won the toss.
Thank you.
Not sure what he's chosen. I'd like to welcome in the commentary box Gaurav Natekar. So Gaurav, interesting first semi-final. Both players having won contrastingly yesterday. Rosovori won in straight sets. Masiczak had to really fight to beat Lorenzo Musetti in 3.
Thank you, Rico. Yes, semi-final, so all the matches will be good. The players have obviously displayed good form. Both Emil Rosovori and Kamil Masiczak, 87 and 95 ranked, so they have the ranking as well, and they're obviously in form. Emil Rosovori from Finland, just 22 years of age, turned pro in 2018. He's currently 87, but he has been at 66. Amazing young talent, Rico. He's come up from the junior ranks. And of course, Indians will remember him not very fondly, because when India traveled to Finland for the Davis Cup late last year, Rosovori put paid to our hopes. Just the way he's been hitting the ball, striking the ball and moving. He's almost sliding on the hard courts. And the way he dismantled Yuri Vasily, the defending champion, was pretty amazing.
And this is the Pole, Kamil Masiczak. He's 26 years old. He turned pro in 2013. He's the best ranking of 83. Currently 95 on the ATP rankings. $1.5 million in career prize money. He played a wonderful quarterfinal against Lorenzo Musetti, the second seed. Coming through in a tight 3 sets. Lost the second. Looked like he was in trouble. But he found a way out. Mixed it up a little bit. Served and volleyed a few times. Did a few things that I didn't think he had in his armory. But it was enough to win yesterday. So wonderful first semi-final here in Pune on a beautiful afternoon. Absolutely, the temperature is just right. There's no wind on center court. And we got a real exciting afternoon of tennis in store.
Yes, both the players just finishing their warm-ups. Machuzak losing in the second round at the Australian Open to Alex de Minaur, 6-4, 6-4, 6-2. De Minaur, of course, the next Aussie hope. He beat Seppi, Andre Seppi from Italy in the first round. So he's got a few matches under his belt. Of course, crowds being allowed in today. What a welcome sight for the players, for the organizers, for us as commentators, and of course for the public. There have been lots of queries and questions and people asking when they can come and watch, and it's great that the government has allowed a certain number of spectators to come in from yesterday, and of course tomorrow being the final day as well. This is what is coming up. The first semi-final of the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022. Emil Rusovori of Finland versus Kamil Machuzak of Poland.
Emil Rusovori of Finland, looking to be the first Finn to get to a final of an ATP 250 in India. I'm sure Kamil Machuzak will be the first Pole to reach a final of an ATP 250 in India.
Yes, and he's had some big wins, Rusovori, over some big players, Rico, including Thiem and Zverev. And look at that, just to hear the crowds and the claps, incredible. First set, Rusovori to serve.
That big forehand from the Finn, right off the bat.
Already showing signs of that aggressive baseline game. Quickly reaching 3 game points in the first game.
Backhand catching the top of the tape gives Emil Rusovori 3 game points. This is the opening game, first semi-final. Again, the sheer depth of the Rusevori backhand, forcing the error. Emil Rusevori leads 1-0, opening set.
Yes, like I was saying, Rusevori has had some big wins already in his young career. Thiem, Zverev lost in the semi-finals of the Melbourne ATP 250 just before the Australian Open to Rafa Nadal 6-4, 7-5. It's a very, very intense match. And then lost in 5 sets, Rico, to Felix Auger-Aliassime of Canada in 5 sets as well. And if you would remember, Felix played that incredible 5-set match against Medvedev.
And having a match point.
And of course, Medvedev hit a big serve. Surprise.
Good start by the pole. Big serve out wide. The go-to serve now for most of the players on the ATP Tour. A little unlucky there, that backhand clipping the top of the tape and sailing wide. Ooh, first double fault of the afternoon, coming off the Kamil Mashizak's racket. And a heavy first serve. The Rusevori forehand forcing the error. A wonderful first serve from the pole. So he's on the board, serving at 190 Ks down the middle.
Yes, Rusevori's had a good run in this tournament as well. He beat Igor Gerasimov, who was the runner-up in the last edition, 6-love, 7-6. Then Vit Kopriva of Czech Republic, 6-3, 6-3. Another big serve down the center. And then beat the defending champion, Jiří Veselý of, again, Czech Republic, 6-3, 6-4. Make it to the semi-final here.
Huge backhand down the line by Rusevori, changing direction, going over the highest part of the net.
Yes, and so flat, Rico, that shot. Very little topspin. Ball just flies through the air. Another forehand error from Mashizak. Mashizak, on the other hand, beat Jay Clark from Great Britain, 6-3, 7-5. Then Quentin Halys from France, 6-3, 7-6. And then, of course, yesterday, that second seed upset of Lorenzo Musetti in 3 sets.
A wonderful first serve from the Finn. Hasn't lost a point on his serve as yet. He holds serve very comfortably and needs 2 games to 1 in the opening set.
Welcome back to the center court of the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022 in Pune, the Malunge Balewadi Sports Complex. Well, Rusevori, the future of, in my opinion at least, and in the opinion of a lot of players and officials and tennis lovers, future of tennis, playing Kamil Macherzak of Poland. Unusual, unforced error from Rusevori. I think Macherzak is serving a little bit slower. See, that's what I think, to maybe not give as much rhythm to Rusevori.
Still got the shade and the light. Takes a while to get used to this. Never easy when coming out of the shade. Or vice versa. That's more like it. A big forehand inside out. Again, a heavily kicked second serve. Rusevori not really found the rhythm on the return of servers yet. Mishitting quite a few of them. Gives the Pole 2 game points. Trying to rush that forehand. Game point. And a double fault. So from a position of being very comfortable, serving at 40-15, and he comes back to deuce. And the pressure on the pole. Off the line. That was close to the line, that backhand. But he'll take it. That was a big point. This one skimmed off the baseline. Living dangerously is Kamil Macherzak. Oh, that was just too good. The return doing the damage. An easy forehand into the open court.
Just overhitting that forehand. Quite a few errors in these first few games from both players. Maybe the sense of occasion also weighing on them. Nice serve and forehand down the line. Whole serve after some anxious moments. The pole, you see a nice out wide serve and then hitting forehand behind. Rossori not able to change direction quick enough.
They've been on court for 13 minutes. Tied up at 2 games all. Rossovori opens up with a big first serve, 201 Ks. A wonderful 1-2 there from Rossovori. It's so much pace off that forehand. And like you said, hits it flat. Travels so much quicker.
Yeah, the racket head speed. I mean, I was sitting courtside yesterday watching him. Just the racket head speed that he generates. It's amazing. And still, I believe, has to develop a little bit more physically. Still only 22. He was spotted at the age of 5 or 6 when he was playing badminton with his mother, Rico. And one of the tennis players who happened to be there in Helsinki at the indoor arena told a tennis coach that you should have a look at this kid because he's got great hand-eye coordination. So badminton's loss is tennis's gain.
40 love. And that's the first point he's lost on his serve. The third service game. So 40-15. Zach gave him back some of his own medicine there. With a wonderfully struck backhand down the line. Game point. Forehand from Mashazak just going long. Emil Rossovori holds serve. He leads 3-2 in the opening set.
Emil Rusevori on your screens. Super talented Finn. He's been making waves on the ATP Tour for the last couple of years. Semi-finals here, first semi-final of the men's singles at the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022. And that's his opponent, Kamil Maharashtra from Poland. It's on serve so far. Spectators sprinkling into the stadium. Just finding out now that they are being allowed. So quite a few long lines outside the stadium, Rico. Remains to be seen how many will be allowed in, because they do have a restriction as per government regulations. Good backhand cross court. Once again, a little flat.
Jammed the Finn with that serve. Turn was just not good enough. Maharashtra was able to pounce on that backhand. Oh, wonderful backhand down the line. Both these guys play very alike. This backhand down the line is both hit very flat. Both players do it. Not the conventional topspin. Again, a wonderful serve out wide. So 40 love. Again, a good first serve by the pole. The Kamil Maharashtra holds serve very comfortably. We're all tied up at 3-all in 21 minutes.
Yes, these two have played before, Rico, at the US Open. Believe it or not, first round in 2021. And Rusevori won that match in 4 sets, 6-4, 6-2, 3-6, 6-1. Wasn't a very easy match for him.
I think both evenly matched. Augurs for a fantastic semi-final. And the sheer power and the length of Emil Rusevori. Pole trying to change direction and go over the highest part of the net. Unable to control his forehand.
Nice change of pace there from the pole. Changing things up. He's won just 1 point so far on Rusevori's serve. This time changes things up. Catches Rusevori off guard. He got there quickly, but didn't really know what to do with that shot, drop shot. Good tactics by the pole.
Maharashtra impresses me with his touch. And Musetti too, yesterday he made some deft drop shots and he mixed it up really well when he got into trouble. Rostovori comes up with a huge serve down the middle. The forehand from Mashazak sails long. And in 24 minutes, the man from Finland continues to hold serve. He's up 4-3, opening set. Welcome back. Super Saturday here in Pune. Tata Open Maharashtra, semi-final day. It's been even Stevens so far, and this is the opening semi-final. Both players holding serve comfortably, while the pole, Mashazak, will now serve with new poles. The first one sails long. The opening point going to the fin. Again, a wonderful 1-2. That big serve doing the damage. Follows it up with an ace down the middle. 207. They're really cranking it up here this afternoon on this quick center court. Goes in a double fault there. The second from Mashazak.
Once again, Kamil serve a bit under pressure, double fault. Another good first serve. Looks so unassuming and at times unimpressive, doesn't he, Rico Machazak? But obviously, he's very effective. goes about his work in a workman sort of way.
And an unforced error. Right there.
Another brilliant backhand. Just watch how he takes it on the rise and hits it flat. So not only is the ball flat and low, and because he's taken it on the rise, there's that much less time for his opponent to react, get back in position. Another game point. Yes, Rusuvori really relentlessly putting on the pressure here, isn't it, on the pole serve.
Mashazak going deeper and deeper back on the baseline, getting himself into a hole.
Another break point, and so showing his frustration slightly. Mashazak. There it is, the break of serve. Mashazak was just debating whether he should come in or not after that backhand. He was unsure. Not a very good approach shot, and with the caliber of Rusevori's ground strokes and passing shots, it was always going to be a losing battle. So first blood by Rusevori.
Very tentative service game here by Kamal Mashazak. Thrown a double fault. Very unsure with his forehand, made two big unforced errors. Rusevori took full advantage. The Finns serving for the first set. Oh, and unlucky there, hit the top of the tape and bounced back to his side. So from the time he got new balls, Andy just went off the boil. Tentative on his serve, he was tentative off the ground. Rusevori there, hitting a overhead very close to the baseline. He's challenged it, it was called out.
I just thought that maybe you should have let that bounce. Whoa, it's on the line. He just glanced at his coach, who was sitting right on the baseline there, Rico. Just had a quick glance at his coach, and this coach said, you should challenge it, and there you go, 30 love.
Again, a wonderfully struck forehand from Emil Rusevori. And in 33 minutes, it's 3 set points to the number 6 seed. Unforced error from the forehand. One set point has come and gone.
What a fantastic return. Once again, cramped for space, just punts it back hard. No backswing at all, flat reverse cross court. And this time Rusevori loses the challenge, but he's still got a set point.
Well, I guess you can't hit a return of serve any better than that. Top draw. Set point number 3. Ooh, the backhand from Maharashtra sails long. And in 35 minutes, the number 6 seed from Finland, Emil Rusevori, wins the first set, 6-3.
Score mate. First set of Rusevori 6-3. Thank you. Tata Open Maharashtra 2022 Center Court first semi-final. Kamil Masterjak from Poland on your screens. He's lost the first set 6-3. Just one break of serve and the crowds coming in now. Lovely to see them back. There's been a lot of hype in Pune about the tournament. Lots of interest. Unfortunately, spectators were not allowed, but thanks to the officials and the government and everyone involved in the tournament, restricted spectators allowed from today. Great for the tournament, for the players and for everybody.
Just a wonderful backhand passing shot. Finn has some incredible feel on the full run. Rolls that backhand cross court.
Oh. Very, very crucial mistake there from Rusevori. He would have liked to really put this away and put pressure right on the first game of the second set.
Wow, what an error.
Charu keeps talking about momentum.
Maharashtra has now decided that he's going to put pressure on the Finn. He's coming in behind his serve. He's coming in behind an approach shot. Trying to take the match from the Finn by dictating it from the net. Never easy nowadays. And an unforced error of the return of serve gives the Pole 2 game points.
Once again, a miss-hit forehand. Been a bit...
From the time new balls came, Gaurav, he suddenly, Mashazak was going toe-to-toe with the Finn till then. Then suddenly he seems to have lost his confidence off the ground. Doesn't want to stay in a rally, pulling the trigger really early on the ground strokes.
Had a look at that passing shot, wasn't able to make it. Machazak. Nice approach by the Finn, and then just missing the down-the-line forehand. Once again, Machazak's serve is under pressure.
And comes up with a big first serve down the middle. It was a much-needed first serve. Well done. Mashazak holds serve. Wins the opening game of the second set.
Yes, I think once again, Rusevori missed that shot at love 15. And that would have put a little more pressure on Machazak and could have been a very different story. And the crowd's getting a break as well to peep into their phones. A lot of them taking pictures outside the stadium and inside as well. Great to see that spectators being allowed.
The sheer power of the Rusevori ground strokes coming to the fore. Steps in and hits that inside-out forehand. Great racket speed.
Yes, unlike the Nadals and the Medvedevs of the world, he likes to play from on the baseline or just 1 foot behind, Rico. Reminds us of Agassi a little bit. Takes the ball early, doesn't give the opponent too much time. Rushes his opponents into errors. So lovely to see. Unforced error from the pole. This is where also experience comes in. It's not used to being in these kind of situations too much. Machazak. Another big serve down the center.
So continue to be very dominant on his serve is the Finn. Again, a big serve out wide. So he levels things up here on the second set. Been on court now for 43 minutes. Wonderful backhand there from the pole. So 15 love. That forehand sails wide. Smasher Zach, 30 love. Make that 40 love.
.197 kilometers per hour, that serve. Perfect 1-2, nice kick serve. Takes that backhand early, hits it down the line flat. 2-1. Matchazak leads in this second set, but he's lost the first, 6-3.
So 3 games into the second set on Super Saturday. First semi-final. Number 6 seed, Emil Rusovori from Finland, playing the Pole Kamil Mashazak. Rusovori winning the first set, 6-3. It's on serve in the second. Serving 1-2. That's a rarity. I think that's his first double fault. Fourth game, love 15. The Emil Rusovori serve. Then the sheer weight of that backhand forcing the error. $15-all.
Lovely point by Machozak. Once again, just suddenly changing the pace of the whole rally and inducing that drop shot. And wrong shot selection, I think, by Rusori, leaving that down the line open.
I was about to say that. Pretty poor shot from Emil Rusevori. Opened up the angles. Gave Machozak an easy forehand down the line. Oh, bit of trouble here for the Finn. He's down 15-30. Not for long. Comes up with a big serve out wide. How many times have we seen this whole week, Gaurav? These guys getting out of trouble. Big first serve.
That's why their ranking is where it's at, Rico, as you would know. The higher the ranking, the better they are at crunch points, and you can bet your last dollar that they will have a big serve. Another excellent point, taking that second serve early, hitting it and coming in. Very impressed with the way Machozak is changing his game, changing his strategy, and trying to do different things. We spoke about this a couple of days back as well, Rico. Not one-dimensional at all in his game.
Absolutely right, Gaurav. He's always looking to do something different. Shows his opponent something different. When things were not working out with Mosetti, started to change things around by mixing it up. He's got the tools to do it. A lot of people would like to do it, but they don't have the tools to do it. But this guy has a lot of variety in his game. Oh, pulled it wide there. Covered a lot of ground there, the pole. Corner to corner. Rusevori had him on a bit of a shoestring here, but then pulled this forehand wide. Break point number 2 for the pole.
Another big serve. Really ice cool Finn. I think there's so much of snow and it's so cold there, and that's why most of the Finns seem to be ice cool. You remember Mika Hakkinen, you remember, of course, Rusuvori also seems to be very, very cool.
More recently, Kimi Räikkönen. Stand up and deliver. Wonderfully struck backhand cross court from Rusevori. So having faced 2 break points, now got himself to game point. This is the 4th game of the 2nd set.
Extraordinary shot making by the Finn. Just missing that forehand long.
Then the sheer weight and power of that backhand is proving just too much for the pole. So, game point Again, missing that forehand.
Just so showing signs of a little inconsistency here, Rusuvori. Perhaps for the first time this week, Rico. All been talking about how, based on form, he seems to be the favorite to win, but it's to hold here. Some extraordinary shot making, really. That's why he's so dangerous. Suddenly unleashes. Look at this shot. It's been a long game for him. No signs of tentativeness.
I think he had 6 big forehands in that rally. Struck viciously. Just a wonderfully struck backhand. A tight game, but Emil Rossovori manages to hang on. We're getting close to an hour here on center court. 2 games all in the second set. Again, a wonderful bruising rally by both players. Trading ground strokes at a tremendous pace. Fortunately, you don't get to see that on television. Sitting courtside, you get to see the pace that the ball's traveling. Again, a backhand return of serves. Struck so early by Rossovori. Didn't give a chance to Merzazak to even react after his follow-through. Oh, that half volley sails wide. Looking at a little bit of a bother on the pole serve here. Again, in 2 minds, Gaurav. He was not going to go in. Then he decided to go in, got caught in no man's land. I'm not sure he knew what he was doing at that point.
Yeah, when you have somebody with the caliber of Rusuvori's shot making, you would get into 2 minds. Also, Machazak not very comfortable at the net. I don't think that's an area that he's very comfortable with. That's not really his terrain. Once again, I think somebody needs to tell him that he needs to try and go down the line when he's brought up for the drop shot. Just leaves the whole backhand side open. And that was not a very good pass either. It was a very, very staid passing shot.
The game point to the pole. Tried to mix it up there. Went with the old slice. Unfortunately, caught the top of the tape.
But I like the way he's thinking, Rico. He's seen that he's won a few points by inducing Rusevori to the net. That occasion as well, he tried that. Just missing that forehand. He's challenged it. Rico, what do you think?
Challenged it right away, so I would say very close. Oh, no cigar. A break point. Big miss from Emil Rusevori there. Game point. You're back to deuce.
Double fall there. Getting a little frustrated, and rightly so. He knows how crucial this game and point is. As the Rusevori team just watching. Looked a little tentative on that forehand.
Area where I see he misses quite a few forehands, Gaurav. Middle of the court, not having to move to the forehand and hit it. Standing stationary. That's where he's missed the most errors on his forehand from.
Another big serve down the center. You know, Rico, when we were doing drills, and I'm sure that's the case now, you're so used to doing drills where you're running from side to side, and a lot of times we just don't practice hitting the ball from the center of the court, and sometimes that's the toughest because there's no angle. You don't get an angle, you don't really have to move, you get jammed for space on the forehand and backhand. And I think that's a shot that a lot of players don't practice, but a lot of players also use now in matches, especially the serve to the body as well. I think it's a very underrated shot, hitting to the center of the court.
That forehand sails long, wide. Kamil Masherzak did really well there. Starved off a couple of break points, but he held serve and he leads 3 games to 2 in the second set.
Crowds coming into the center court. The Tata Open Maharashtra 2022. Lovely to see people back in the stadium. Sun is just about going down a little bit. Court is being covered in shade. Lights will come on soon. Lovely atmosphere and a lovely start to this 6th game by Rusumori. Out wide ace. Ah, a familiar face in the crowd.
Every time Maharashtra hits a drop shot, seems to win the point.
Another good serve.
Rusumori holds serve. Ties things up here at 3 games all. An hour and 8 minutes on court. This is the first semi-final of the 26th edition of the Tata Open. Maharashtra, ATP 250. The only ATP 250 that takes place in South Asia every single year. A good first serve for Maharashtra.
Rusumori's coach just maybe a little bit concerned. Second set he's had his chances.
His forehand's gone off the boil a little bit in the second set. He's had game points and not really done very much in those game points. You know, didn't really make Maharashtra play. Missed returns of serves. Back to 30 all here on the pole serve. Yeah, wonderfully struck forehand there from Maharashtra. Again, a forehand pulled wide by the Finn. Mashizak leads 4-3 in the second set. So we're back on center court. Semi-final action. Emil Rusavori from Finland has won the first set. Will be serving with new balls. It's on serve. Serving 3-4. Well, a big bomb down the middle. Nice weapon to have. Didn't miss by much, but he pulled that trigger really quick. Always dangerous when you change direction. You need to be very accurate. 15-all. The spot of bother here for Emil Rusavori, serving 15-30.
Well adjusted on that volley. And what do we have here? Change of strategy seems to have helped Rico. Very awkward volley, but he's got 2 break points.
Two big break points here for Emil Maharashtra. There's a change of momentum taking place right here on center court. And one disappears very quickly. 191 Ks.
Another big one coming up, Rico. What are the odds? You're a
Favorite for him to go wide with a bomb.
and the break of serve. Just tried to force the pace a little bit on that backhand. He saw the short backhand. It was the right approach. There you go, Rusavori just trying to hit that a little harder and induces the error and the break of serve. So Master Jack will now serve for this second set.
All of a sudden, just a new complexion to this match. The Pole has found a way to get back into it. He's serving for the second set. Snatched at two backhands in that game. First the first point and then at break point. Paid the price. And you really need to go so close to the line. So that challenge from Rusevori pays no dividends. The Pole is now 2 points away from the second set.
Every service game, Rusevori has put pressure on Machazak's serve. He's managed to break only once so far, Rico. And the one game that Machazak had his opportunity, he took it. Another tentative forehand.
They say it's never easy to serve out a set.
Absolutely. And then you have that famous story of Rod Laver, Rico. Tell you that in a bit.
Just can't buy a first serve at the moment.
That is an excellent point by Machazak. Really, that defensive lob was fantastic, but he went back and Rusevori should have come in after that.
Yeah, I got that feeling he tried to play a little too safe with that backhand. Paid the price. Machazak played himself back into the point. Back to deuce.
Another miss hit. And a good catch as well. Well done.
Brilliantly taken and long on by one of the spectators. Break point. But this time the drop shot did not work. In a blink of the eye, in a blink of an eye, Emil Rosovori breaks straight back. Back on serve, 4-5, second set.
Back on the center court, Tata Open, very engaging second set. Machazak broke serve, was serving for the set, but then couldn't hold. And I was talking about Rod Laver's story, Rico. He was in a match on center court in Wimbledon, and his fellow Aussies were watching him. And when he was serving for the match, his Aussie teammates started walking out of the stadium, and somebody asked him, "Why are you walking? The match is still not over." And they said, "When the Rocket serves for a match, it's done." He never loses serve. That's the kind of confidence that Rod Laver had in his serve. And he said, "You're only as good as your second serve." Speaking of second serves, a double fault here by Rusevori to start this game.
Number of ebbs and flows the last 10 minutes on center court.
Nice serve to the body. Just wide, went for that forehand down the line, just missed it wide. Quick call by Rusevori as well, almost a sigh of relief. There you go, just out. Lovely camera work as well.
Just got that a little late. (30-15). What a point. Point of the match so far. Both players hitting every single line on the full run, coming up with a sharp backhand cross-court passing shot.
Yes, once again, a short cross-court, almost a short cross-court backhand pass with very little spin. Hitting that service, ad-court service corner. 2 game points to pull this back to 5-all for Rusevori. Once again, the change of pace.
Middle of the court. If there's an error in his forehand, normally takes place around the middle of the court. Emil Rusevori is a lot more comfortable when he's on the move and hitting a forehand. Anyway, still at game point, 40-30. Serves an absolute bomb out wide. Hour and 26 minutes on court. Rusevori levels things up here in the second set.
Another good point, getting to the end of the set. Expect the points to get a little longer and more intense. Nice slice backhand.
Throws in a double fault. Then a forehand going to the bottom of the net.
Lights have come on at the stadium.
Big point here for the pole. Down a set. 5-all, 15-30 on his serve. And he misses that forehand from the middle of the court, the Gaurav. Don't know how many he has this afternoon.
Wonder if his coach has noticed that, Rico.
A good first serve.
Sometimes they say that the stationary shots are the toughest to hit and execute. Golf being a prime example. And another mishit. Once again, Achrazak serve under pressure. Rusevori just glancing at his coach for some moral support. Big point.
A break point. Another unforced error off the forehand by the pole. Gives Rusevori break point. Oh, Maharashtra comes up with an absolute bomb down the middle.
Maharashtra did a Rusevori there, Rico.
I was going to say he did a Daniel Medvedev. Never seen a man play better under pressure than Daniel Medvedev. Remarkable. Back to deuce. Again, that big serve out wide. Oh, he tried to serve and volley, tried to mix it up. Didn't work. Back to deuce.
Another nice backhand, jumping backhand. Another game point. And another error. Back to deuce. Bit of a ding-dong battle here.
What? Well done.
Wonderful point by Machuzak. Last minute hitting that drop shot. Rusevori moving well and getting it back, sliding and skidding on the hard courts. Not doing enough. Another game point.
Again, back to deuce. Again, a flat backhand. Struck with such power. Rusevori. Highest part of the net. That precise.
Another error, and Rusevori showing a slight displeasure. Very unlike him. Unbelievable backhand. Once again, the racketed speed with such a short backswing, Rico.
This is the time when he's most dangerous with his forehand. When he takes those 2 steps, and you can really unload on it. Massive Zach counters that with a big serve. So game point on the longest game of the set. Already, I think 6 or 7 minutes long. The return sails long. The massive Zach there digs himself out of a hole. He holds serve and keeps his nose in front. He's up 6-5. Second set.
Well, absolutely spectacular formations there in ski jumping from 0 kilometer per hour on that curved ramp. By the time the athlete comes for the takeoff,
It's been
90
a wonderful
kilometers per
display
hour.
of tennis
And
so
then
far by both the
spectacular
players.
formation, and you are almost
Bruising
flying like
ground
a bird
strokes.
before you land. That is what Winter Olympic sports is all about. The conditions
pole
there,
did
the
really
ice,
well
the snow,
there.
the endurance, and
Kamil
the life
Mashazak
lessons
to
that
keep
we
his
all can
nose in
learn from
front.
sporting disciplines is fantastic. Overall, day one of the sporting action at the Winter Olympics 22 has been fantastic.
So,
This is the 24th
Emil
edition of the Olympic Games that
Ruusuvuori
are being
will
hosted by
serve to
Beijing
stay
in China.
in the second set.
And as far as medal tally is concerned, Norway will surely be having a smile on their face. Remember when in Pyeongchang, South Korea, the 2018 edition happened at the Winter Olympics, Norway was at the top of the medals tally, 14 gold
Putting the
medals,
pressure
overall
on
39
here.
medals. And on day one of the sporting action today, Norway has been able to bag 2 gold medals. The first of their gold medal came in the cross-country skiing, and that was in the 7.5 kilometer plus 7.5 kilometer skiathlon in the women's category. And that was the first gold of the 24th edition of the Winter Olympic Games. And the second gold that Norway got was in biathlon. That was a mixed event of men and women. And biathlon is also a combination of two
Fantastic
sports.
forehand
You've got the cross-country
by
skiing
Ruusuvuori
angle there
under
as
pressure.
well. Plus, of course, you also have to
Mashazak
ensure that you
realizing
shoot
that,
well, both
hit
in
that
the
ball
prone
short.
and the standing position. So those were the 2 gold medals that Norway got. 1 gold medal went today to Netherlands. That was in the 3,000 meter speed skating in the women's category. And Irene of Netherlands, en route her gold medal performance, also made a new Olympic record. All in all, we showed you action today from different base sports. So whether it was alpine skiing, whether it was freestyle skiing, whether it was ski jumping or cross-country skiing, I'm sure you would have enjoyed. As far as sliding sports is concerned, we did get you huge action today. In coming days, we'll also have the other sliding sports like bobsleigh and skeleton. That will be absolutely fantastic to watch. Skating events, always a delight, and
Again,
ice
that
hockey.
forehand.
Isn't that something that we cannot afford to miss? So stay with us on Doordarshan
In the
Sports
middle of
all
the
these
court.
days till the 20th of February. We'll be
That
back once again with a
Emil
live telecast around
Ruusuvuori
6:15 tomorrow morning.
finds
Thanks for
extremely
watching.
difficult to control. So 15:30, an opening here for the pole. Again, a wonderful first serve. The 30 all.
Going for that topspin lob, not executing it well. Game point for Ruusuvuori. forehand error means that we are going into a second set tiebreak. Good first point there by Rusevori.
Youngsters watching at home, get that first return of passing shot down low. Make sure that volley is played up. That's what Rusevori did. A good start here for the Finn. A mini break right off the bat. Again, as a coach, I can tell you, Gaurav, that was the wrong forehand cross-court volley to play. What was he trying here? To put that away. Then the tweener between the legs didn't miss by much.
Yes, but look at the speed of Rusevori. Young, fresh pair of legs. Can go on and on.
Two love. That was a big serve down the middle. Emil Rusevori here, out of the blocks, really quick in this second set tiebreak. He's raced to a 3-love lead. Make that 4.
Yes, just kind of letting his foot off the pedal here. The pole, suddenly he's in big trouble.
So the last couple of minutes have been a disaster for the man from Poland. He's lost 5 points on the trot in the second tiebreak. Rusevori has this on his strings. 5-love and serving. So with that brutally struck serve into the open court, it gives the Finn 6 match points.
Six match points for Rusevori. Well in control of this second set tiebreak. And there it is. A cry of come on. He's very happy. He's got into an ATP Tour event final. Emil Rusevori. 7-love in the tie-break. Very, very unexpected. Not seen very often, and of course acknowledging the crowds here.
Well, if that's the way you need to play a tie-break, that was immaculate. 7 straight points and 2 huge serves to close out the counter. So wonderful performance here by Emil Rusevori. Confirmation of the result coming through in straight sets. 6-3, 7-6.
Yes, a very, very good match. A number of unforced errors, but a fairly easy win. 6-3, 7-6. Second set was a bit tough.
So the match stats, 75% to 63, 10 to 6 aces, double faults. Winners 25 to 15, unforced errors, we'll not talk about that. And total points won, 55% to 45. So a wonderful performance here from the Finn. As he was down a service break in the second set, trailing 3-5. He came back very, very strongly and blanked his opponent in the tie-break, 7 points to love. So we have our very own Tanvi with our winner.
Emil, big congratulations. Your first tour finals, and you're into the finals of the Tata Open Maharashtra. Big congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really starting to like this place. I guess I haven't lost a set yet. It was a very good and tough match today, and yeah, I'm very happy to get to the first final.
I really want to say, how do you stay so calm and composed? I feel like I never see you flustered at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you don't see inside me, but, but yeah, of course, everybody gets frustrated, but it's just what you show, and this is how I act on court, and that's how it's been, and that's how I like it.
Well, 7-0 in that tiebreak, 7-love. Were you just like, I need to rush to the finals now. I can't wait anymore.
I mean, every point is very important in the tiebreak, and I started, first point was good, and then I was able to take the second point that I kind of a little bit missed, and but I was able to win it, and I kind of turned it, and 7-love, I mean, it's good not to drop any points if possible.
Absolutely. Well, last time you guys played each other was in 2021 at the US Open, and you won in 4 sets. Do you think this match was obviously different? It looked like it was not as tight, but it was really close.
I mean, it was close. I mean, he had a break already in the second, and he was serving for it. I just hang in there, and because I just kind of let him push me back a little bit, and I wasn't as aggressive, and then it got tough. But yeah, I mean, it was good to get it done in 2 sets, but it was a very tough match. I mean, he's a very good player. He was showing some extremely good tennis here, and I wish him all the best in the future. He's going to play well.
Well, what do you want to say to everyone that's shown up today to support you here?
I mean, it's very, very, very nice to see you guys here. First 3 matches, I guess we weren't allowed any crowd, but now it's, and there was some atmosphere, so it was very nice to play today. So thanks for coming, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow.
Well, thank you for talking to us, and good luck in the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Been an engaging first match here. The first semi-final of the men's singles. Emil Rusevori getting the better of Kamil Maczuzak of Poland, 6-3, 7-6. And the next match coming on is going to be Lais Emer versus João Sousa of Portugal. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with lots more action. Don't go away.
Thank you for joining us in the live action here at the Tata Open Maharashtra. Hello to everyone, every single one of the viewers who are tuning in. This is Somdev Devarman and I'm happy to be chatting about tennis with everyone. And alongside me, I have the most reasonable, the most experienced and certainly the most engaging sports pundit, well, in India, Charu Sharma.
So, listen, your generosity is going to be your downfall someday, you know, and you've got to stop embarrassing me with all of this, but I very humbly accept your accolades, and you're very, very kind, and of course a rock star as well, and a great tennis player. And what can I say? I mean, we need more of you in India.
Well, Charu, how great has it been? We've seen a really good first round. We've seen our first finalists, but the crowds, it just has a different kind of buzz around the tournament. So many young people, so much to look forward to, everybody having a good time. Pune, I mean, it's really great, isn't it?
There's been a tale of two tournaments. The first 4 days, there was nobody here, and great tennis, but nobody to appreciate, and the whole atmosphere we're obviously missing now. It's happened in the world of sport, every sport in the last 2 years. But wow, the second half beginning Friday, yesterday, some of the kids came in. And today, of course, you got many, many more. I think there is a limit, as you know, on the numbers that are allowed by the authorities. And I think we already have that limit. But great to see the atmosphere. The mothers are here with their daughters, children all over the place. And the excitement that you can see in their eyes is just, it makes the tournament. And all the cheering, I'm sure the players too, if you've been in touch with them. I think yesterday, I forget who, was it Rusavari? Ema. No, and a couple other players. Deeply appreciated the fact that there was some cheering going on and the whole atmosphere had changed. It had become like a regular tournament, which is what the Tata Open Maharashtra really is. It's just the times are a little strange, so we all have to just remember that.
Yes, certainly livens up the place, undoubtedly. And I think the nicest thing, it brings back a little sense of normalcy. And the semi-final we are about to witness is between the Swede Elias Ymer and Joao Sousa. We did see Rusavari in the finals, but who's he going to play? That's coming up next. Stay tuned.
Elias Ymer of Sweden, all set to take on Joao Sousa of Portugal. Sousa, more experience, much the older guy at 32. And Ymer at 25 has his time finally come. Here he is. His younger brother, Mikhail, doing a shade better than older Elias on the tour. But hasn't he become a crowd favorite? Lots of youngsters particularly chanting Ymer, Ymer. And great to see his upsets throughout the tournament. For him, such a big moment, a semi-final on the tour.
Yes, and the first time for him, a semi-final. And this man, no stranger to semi-finals. He's done well, extremely well on the ATP Tour. Joao Sousa, a very experienced campaigner. Career high of 28. That was 6 years ago, though, in 2016. But currently ranked 137, so a little bit higher than Ymer. But, you know, Joao Sousa, all-court player, solid baseliner, aggressive baseliner, very steady, not going to give you a whole lot of free points. And for that matter, in terms of playing style, Ymer doesn't want to either. So it really appears like this is going to be a little bit of a slugfest. And I think everybody who's at the courts is going to witness long rallies. Everybody who's at the courts is going to witness some heavy hitting and a lot of athleticism, that's for sure.
All of that. You know what surprised me in the earlier matches, Joao Sousa? His athleticism. I mean, his movement, the backcourt, side to side, was so pleasing to see. And he gave nothing away to the younger opponents. So obviously he's very, very fit right now. There are lots of other special guests here as well at the Balewadi Stadium. Here we, oh wow, okay, we got Jay Thapar, Vyom Gupta and Vedansh Gupta from YPO Pune. The
Yes.
youngsters, what a big moment. So imagine being there when you're that old on a semi-final of the tour.
Yes, there are 3 children from the Young Presidents Association, the YPO, as Charu just mentioned, and yeah, great moment.
What's the one in the middle got? Beast. How about that?
Help with the coin toss. If you'd like to call, we have
Are you all set?
2 options: MSLTA and ATP. Okay, ATP, all yours.
And here we go.
MSLTA, so that's your
Emer's
call.
choice.
Receive.
Let's go surf first,
And you take
Emer.
the blue one for me. You're
When
wearing
was the
blue,
last?
so
What
that's
did,
easy.
what did you
take
like
the red
doing,
one.
Som?
Well, depending against what kind of... Oh, well, that's a nice gesture by Joao Sousa.
Thanks, guys.
Very
Oh,
nice,
he won the crowd.
Very
Emer,
nice
you
gesture
got competition.
indeed. Very smart. He's, well, 32 years old, Emer 25, so a little bit more experience. What did I like doing, Charu? Dependent. If I was playing Ivo Karlovic, John Isner, I am not allowing them to serve first if I can, you know, if I can help that in any which way or form. But if it was another baseliner, then I think I was preferring to return, mainly because, you know, they do say the first 3 or 4 minutes is the time where you can be a little bit vulnerable, especially if you don't have a massive serve. You know, you can go down on percentage. You're still trying to find your feel. So, you know, that would be a time where I would return, but definitely not against a big server. That's a very easy rule to follow.
I understand that. You know, you don't want to give that guy an easy opening game because he's going to bomb 3 or 4 down, and you know that's that. But the other side of it, well, let's talk about Emer first. So we mentioned that he's only 25, and where he's rising in the rankings, his best was 105. I'm sure he's wanted to get into the top 100. That's where the, if I can use the term, gravy is. But he's picked up a little gravy over time. Look at the bottom left. And career win-loss, well, well, that's one thing that if you get anywhere near 50, you're not doing too badly.
Yes, Elias Ymer certainly has a talent. We've talked about how he qualified in all 4 Grand Slams in 2015. Only the second man to do so, and he did that when he was 18 years old. The first man to do that, 2011, the Canadian Frank Dancevich. 18 years old, Charu. Qualified at all 4 Grand Slams. He was in 2018, by the age 21, was the first time he won a match at a Grand Slam. So while his quality is certainly there, it's not consistent enough. And but I think now at 25, you do see so many players in the men's game. It's very different than the women's, where the men do tend to mature a little later, don't you think?
Oh, I was about to say, watch what you say. But I think you were very positive for the women, saying they mature early, and there's absolutely no argument of that score. I mean, they just are so much more mentally, physically, everything. They're just so much. They mature a lot quicker. So the 32-year-old in a semi-final. You mentioned he's been there before, but it's been a while because I just think he's enjoying a resurgence at that age. He's showing tremendous fitness. And therefore, this age gap is not really relevant because he was running around like a sprightly teenager in the quarterfinal. Has been all the way to 28 in the world. It's very tough to get any better. So we'll have to say he has all the skills. Look at the career prize money. That's a lot of gravy over time. And his win-loss is 200 to 239. So the percentage is a lot better than Emer over Emer's shorter career. Gosh, this is so difficult to pick, I've got to say. Who's going to blink first? It's almost like that. And does anyone do a little bit of change-up? Do they risk a drop shot or getting to the net, or do they just keep slugging it out from the baseline? We'll see.
Well, head-to-head, Joao Sousa from Portugal. Clear advantage for him. He's won 3 matches. They've only played 3 matches. The last one, however, on clay in Båstad in Sweden, the home country of Elias Ymer. That one going to Joao Sousa in 3 sets after Ymer won the opening set. The other 2 times also going to Joao Sousa. And funnily enough, interesting, 3 times they've played, all 3 times in Sweden. Twice on clay, once on hard. That one going to Sousa as well. So the 3 times they've played, Ymer has only won the 1 set. So in sets, it's 6-1. In head-to-head, 3-0. So here, John Blom the chair umpire from Australia. We have mentioned before that he's a very experienced chair umpire. One of the friendliest faces on tour, one of the most respected, and he did also famously, he was a chair in the final of the Aussie Open, the one that between Nadal and Medvedev, where he gave Nadal a time violation at 6-5 in the 5th set. We talked about it just now while we had a little moment. John Blom also loves to play golf from Australia, but as the coach of João Sousa, also Portuguese.
It's so difficult to pick, and of course it's not particularly our job either. We just have to see how it goes. But I just wonder, there's one more factor here, the experience of João Sousa. Gaurav, our very own Gaurav Natakar to the left, and of course, you know, the gentleman to the right.
Yeah, so Charu, you were saying...
Yeah, I was saying that, to my mind, Emer, of course, forget about that record against Sousa. Now, that's all history, and, you know, I'm sure Emer sort of hopefully erased that from his memory. But his playing a semi-final center court, the whole occasion, yes, he's got some support. Sometimes that makes you even more nervous. I just wonder if the occasion is going to get the better of Elias Ymer compared to Sousa, who's been there and done that.
I think he's ready. I think this is the first semi-final. Ymer was mentioning to me earlier that it's not very often he travels without a coach. He's, in his own words, flying solo. And he doesn't have a coach. He's looking for a coach right now on the ATP Tour. I'd say he's a hot property.
Well, I know Mr. Dev Varman here is involved with coaching in Germany. And why don't you invite Ymer over and go with him?
Yes, he does actually get along very well with Sumit Nagal. So discussions underway, but nothing during the tournament. Important semi-final coming up. João Sousa to begin the proceedings.
I'll get back to that. You need to get Ymer very quickly under your fold. Otherwise, he might say, hey, listen, I've got to a semi or a final on my own. What you gonna... you got to get him now. Sousa starts. Efficient serve, and if I might say so, a slightly nervy return. It was in the slot on his forehand, and he just hit it wildly over.
Yes, I'd give Ymer a few minutes to calm down. Big match, first semi-final of his career. This man very experienced. Wow, that'll help him calm down.
Both are actually very cool. I was about to say that Elias Ymer seems to have a more cool demeanor. But I've got to say, João Sousa, also a veteran of many battles, tends not to get too rattled.
No, I think I completely agree with you. João Sousa won't be rattled. A great example of that is how well he handled that match against Arjun Kade in the first round. Wildcard from India. From Pune. First set he lost in a tiebreak. Won the second set in a tiebreak and was down. Talked to him after the match about how hard he had to fight. And not just that, won the third set fairly comfortably. At that point, he had the mental advantage on Kare. But even the next round against Gianluca Maga, 7-6 in the third set. And in that third set tiebreak, really showed very few signs of nerves.
Oh, some heavy hitting by Ymer. But Sousa up to it and holds with a degree of comfort. But just an early indication Looks to me like Elias Ymer loves that cross-court forehand. That's where the real pressure comes from Ymer.
Yes, in terms of firepower, there's no question Ymer does have much more firepower. In terms of consistency, in terms of grit, determination, and I would say Joao Sousa has a slight edge, undoubtedly, but I wouldn't take that head-to-head to heart, because the last time the two of them played together was back in 2019. So Ymer, completely a different player. Joao Sousa also a very different player. So this is, in my opinion, as even as it gets.
Yeah, I think I'd mentioned that just a few minutes ago, that I'm sure Ymer would have completely erased that memory, and it's not even recent. So I think we tend to statistically make a big deal of head-to-head, but every match really, and conditions and where you're playing and at what stage you're playing and so on and so forth, is just so different that the head-to-head cannot remain in your consciousness very long. Let's get that right.
Now Ymer, in the last two matches he played, beat Aslan Karatsev, the number 1 seed here. Didn't lose serve in that match. Yes, he does like that forehand cross-court, Charu. That was a sharp observation from you early on.
Yeah, I want to assist you on your coaching team.
More than welcome to join.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your time in Germany, because I know you spent a lot of time there with Milos, our good friend, and the rest of your outfit. We'll talk more about that. That's India's loss, by the way.
Well, that's been another really good part of Ymer's game. In that match against Karatsev, won 76% of points on his second serve, and very impressively, didn't face a break point.
You know, that match against Karatsev, more on that in just a while, but I don't think it's a fabulous indicator of what went on, because he seemed to be unwell.
Well, does like attacking that forehand corner. Nice opening hold for Elias Ymer. Well, I don't disagree with that Karatsev match, but as we take a look once again, well, he's feeling his forehand, at least early on in this match. 3 winners already. But in that match against Stefano Travaglia, faced only 1 break point in the match. He got broken early in the opening set. And after that, just served splendidly. Interestingly, tie-break record, he won that match 6-4, 7-6. Tie-break record in 2022, 4-0. Good signs.
If they should get there, yes, I should give them some heart. How equal is this battle?
51-49 at best.
Yeah, we see that stat at the end of each set and at the end of the match as well. Points won in terms of percentage should be very close.
Yes, Charu, I've noticed at the Australian Open they had this new statistic which I always wondered how they got. It was called a win predictor. Pre-match win predictor. Every set they had a win predictor. Well, right now this win predictor would really be right in the middle.
I think the win predictor gone for a walk on this one. I'm telling you. It's like, whoa, hold on. Malfunction. Beep. Very tough. But, you know, win predictor as in what? In terms of history, statistics, what? How? You know, because computers.
Like they know anything at all.
Well, I mean, they'll churn out what you feed in, right? So it's what you feed into the computer for it to be able to predict the win. But of course, there's a lot of science behind all of that.
Well, just to be clear, the win predictor before the Medvedev-Nadal final
That
was
Medvedev?
heavily towards Medvedev. The global odds were 3-1 towards Medvedev. And to be fair, it looked like it was heading that way. 2 sets to love, 3-all, love 40, and before you know it, Rafa Nadal came back. But here we go, Joao Sousa, 2 game points.
Oh, he loves that shot, either cross court or driving it up the line as well. That's a very difficult shot, ladies and gentlemen, but this is the second time he's played it with great precision and power.
Eliasimo was mentioning how different it was to play during the day and at night. Yesterday's quarterfinal, his first night match. This is kind of leading into the evening as well.
Well, he's certainly going to go both today, day and night, if this match goes the distance. Well, he missed the running forehand, but he guessed correctly. If you know Emer's game, you know he's likely to go there. That's his comfort shot.
Well, Charu, I know it's less than 10 minutes into this match, but the pattern that Emer seems to be liking is attacking the Sousa forehand. Did that with the backhand return and also well, four or five times with the forehand. I wonder if that's a strategy. Well, Sousa is a man that loves to work and loves to make his opponents work. Oftentimes, you're going to see him in this match take his opponent side by side. Didn't do too much with the forehand. Wants to make Emer come up with something special from 12 feet behind the baseline. Percentage player. That's why he's been so successful on the ATP Tour.
Brilliant. Now, if he can do that, it's going to keep Sousa guessing and very honest.
Yes, he has the ability to take that backhand early, change direction on it. He has the ability to play from deep in the court. Very talented, very athletic young man.
Yeah, he can turn up the power on the first serve. Can Sousa. This thing, his second serve is generally sometimes very conservative. Sousa. That's why Emer can attack.
Well, and I know that that'll come up as a double fault on a stat, but to me that's a forced error, Charu. Hit a clean backhand winner. Before that, attacked the previous one as well. Sousa knows he just can't roll it into the backhand, start the point, goes for something extra, misses it. Forced error.
Absolutely, and I think that backhand return a couple of points ago was the one that has made Sousa just think a little more about his second serve. Court's looking nice and colorful, by the way, because of all the people around.
Yes, once again, the aggressor in this match, at least so far, early on, has certainly been Elias Ymer. And that is what forces Sousa to keep the ball a little lower, drive it a little deeper, and does draw the error. First break point of this match.
It could be a big moment. Easy now. Well, having people around comes at a bit of a price for the players. Second round, brilliant. But it's not just his forehand, the very effective backhand, particularly in the return. That was just magnificent over the high part. Tough shot, made it twice in a row. Brilliant. He breaks. He's ahead in this opening set. Ima.
We were discussing it. That's why. I told him it's out, and then he's the one to try. Yeah, the one was 1 meter out. There's no point. He loses the challenge.
Lovely to see people in the stands enjoying the tennis action. Well, they've been home for so long, patiently waiting, fighting the pandemic, and witnessing some amazing tennis. Earlier in the day, saw Emil Rusevori get the better of his Polish opponent in the semi-final, the first semi-final. Straight set, 7-love in the second set tiebreaker. Really astounding result. And here we have Eliasima with an early break in the opening set, about to serve 2-1.
Oh, hasn't he served well? Outside from the deuce court, particularly. I think he's tricked Souza twice or thrice already. Whoa, 2 in a row.
You know, Charu, the men's tennis tour is so deep. So you do understand sometimes when some players struggle to break into the top 100. But when you see a talent like Eliasima, 25, showed promise so young, really wonders. And I think, I'm answering my own question here, but I think that tells you how hard the tennis tour really is. 18 years old, qualified in 4 Grand Slams, 25 years old, still not broken the top 100.
There has to be a story, or maybe a couple of stories in there. Maybe one is injury, which sometimes eats you up, and I don't know well enough. You probably know him better. I'm sure there are a couple of major injuries along the way. Yeah, big return by Souza, but Emer up to it. And that not only derails your career, but sometimes you can't get back to the same level because of just the difficulty in getting back to a certain higher level of fitness. And all of a sudden, we saw that with Karatsev, right, for whatever it's worth. He was cruising on the tour at some 200s and 300s for years till he suddenly broke in the top 100 and is 15 in the world. So maybe it's Emer's time. He's suddenly 100% again physically. And of course, thanks to people like you, hopefully soon, he'll get smarter as well on the court. I could see that a mile away saying, Souza, where are you? Go to your right. But lots of power there.
And also notice it's for a reason. If you remember the 30-all point, the error did come from the Souza forehand. Did go long. That one, of course, was a forced error. The previous one, an unforced. So clear strategy here. But, Charu, I will say this. A lot of that is mental. Ask somebody like a Ram Kumar, 110, career high, made finals of an ATP Tour event, in the one in Newport on grass, his preferred surface. And I'll tell you a few more stories as well.
I'm listening.
Now, Charu, just using my own example, I got to 120 in the world fairly comfortably, let's say. It wasn't easy, but I didn't break my back doing it. From 120 to 100, I moved up every single week or stayed at the same place and got stuck at 105.
Well, that's the cusp, isn't it? If you're just about 100, you get lots of main draw entries. Life becomes a little easier mentally. But physically, it just continues to get tougher because the tennis, the standard is rising with each 5-10 places. But mentally, at least, you don't have to worry about the draw and where do I play, when do I play, how do I... It's just top 100, 110. That's where the gravy starts.
Yes, and also the pressure of, defending points, making points, playing great players. You know, 100 is the magic number. I know in cricket it goes the other way. There's the nervous 90s that stop you from going ahead, but...
Well, in your case, a nervous 105.
Exactly. But the thing is that my point was once I did end up breaking it, well, let's see. Yes, that one in. Good challenge. Well, he was pretty certain that was long, but, well...
Or would you believe it? He has only one challenge left. And of course, the protest will come. And of course, you're not going to win, Sosa, because the chair umpire is not going to relent.
As Joe Souza knows exactly what he's doing, just keeping the chair umpire honest. People do that too, believe it or not. Keep them on their toes.
And now a let.
That happen in cricket too? Do players talk to the
umpire?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? All the time. Sometimes in not such a friendly way as this.
Also, there's 22 of them out there.
Yeah, take that.
But I will say this, Charu. Once I did break it in, I got a new coach. New coach was very experienced. I, had well, a little bit more support, I'd say. A little bit more belief. Broke it once. Pushes that wide, or pulls it rather. But once I did break the top 100, the next few times I fell out, didn't feel the pressure anymore. So a part of me is got to think it's mental. It's between the ears.
We'll build that because I'm interested to know why you wouldn't have felt the pressure the next time around, because life does change if you're in the top 100. Salsa spraying it a bit. Is that because you felt you could get back? Oh, easy. Well, we didn't see this happening earlier on in the earlier matches.
Well, we did see it against Arjun Kare in the opening round. But again, take a look. We've talked about the strategy. That's 3 forehand errors in this game. And Joao Souza is known to be a fiery competitor. He's vocal. Oh, that's few too many forehand errors. Joao Souza really struggling to find his rhythm. Well, he's a fighter. He'll come back. But for now, it's Elias Yima. Double break.
Mahesh. Thank you. think we've said this enough times. Wonderful change in the atmosphere of this tournament, the environment, because we got people in. It's a restricted number, but I think we've already reached that number, and they're enjoying some fine tennis, great weather. Pune known for so many things, and I have no doubt that there are people from other parts of the country who rolled in. I know my friends from the Bangalore club have driven all the way here. Dharam, Mahesh, including my older son Devesh. So they've come all the way to watch some fine tennis. This is the place to be in India. And Emer is the man right now.
Well, he's really feeling it, Elias Ymer, and his opponent not so much. Just gets him out of position, sees way outside the doubles alley, and then just a little too much court to cover.
And just the power of that Ymer forehand again. Late on it. I don't think he expects the power from the backhand flank of Ymer. And very often he's been caught a bit, just a little late. Middle of the court, really.
Yes, it's very deliberate, that's for certain. And George Souza deciding to step up. He's had enough of trying to roll the ball around, trying to find his feel. If he's going to miss it, he might as well hit it.
Giving it a bash now, giving Ymer a taste of his own medicine with that forehand exchange. Whoa, that could be challenged. Very close in the baseline. Ymer happy with that one and not challenging there either.
He only has one left.
True. Good point. I think that's on the line. Ymer, go for it. Too late.
Certainly worth a challenge. Don't throw them away. Not good enough with that approach shot. He's just a little too cautious, Ymer. The first one was all right, but the second one right here, certainly he had time to hit a forehand.
Anywhere, really, but right back to Souza, who said, wow, really? I'm going to drill this. But what was interesting was the reaction of the crowd. Now, they were all Ymer yesterday, and now huge applause for the Souza pass. What's going on?
Fair weather fans, and by that I mean everybody wants a battle. Changed serve position. Oh. Double break, but nervous time for sure. Break point.
Whoa. Okay, well, not too much trouble just yet, but he's talking himself up. Come on, or what's the word in Portuguese? Vamos! No, not quite. So, one break recovered.
I know obrigado is hello.
That's just thank you.
That's
like obligations, and I'm obliged. Thank you. Obrigado. Obrigado, for everything. Was thank you. Yeah, friends just dug it out. It is vamos, also.
Well, George Souza has spent, continues to spend most of his time training in Barcelona. Yes, very deliberate, no question about it now. And that's why they call the second break in tennis the insurance break. He's still up a break and he still feels that he has the freedom to put the pressure on Sousa, and he certainly does.
That was one tough point, and this young man knows, well, deserving of applause. Good pressure from both flanks by Ymer.
Notice how Elias Ymer is changing return position pretty much on every serve. You want to see how obvious it is. 90% of most returns, especially on the ad court, on the backhand, would generally be taken early and taken cross court. Ymer, very deliberate by hitting it up the line and challenging this man to rip his forehand.
You know, that backhand line return that you mentioned in the second is a very tough shot because the ball's kicking and spinning. Not easy to keep it. Well, that's loose. That is loose. Is he looking at the line there? Maybe it sped off the paint.
I think that did skip off the line. Now, interesting thing here, Charu. We have seen a lot of change in professional sport of late in the last decade or so. In tennis, of course, with challenges. And now with no linesman in the Aussie Open for the last couple of years. I do have questions.
Well, I think that's a huge advancement. I mean, I feel sorry for the trade of linespersons, but that's only happening at some very expensive tournaments, maybe the Aussie Open to begin with, and maybe more Grand Slams as we follow. But I know this whole technology versus human decision-making ability, it's a long one. And then I almost feel sorry for the linespersons to not be there.
More on the linespersons, more on technology, but for now, João Sousa, a break and a hold, but he is still down a break. Elias Ymer be back serving 4-3 with new balls.
João Sousa will be telling himself, I have broken back, I can do it again. But it's no fun being 2 breaks down. You do tend to start questioning your ability on the day, or whether you need to do something drastically different or just stay with the game plan. But for the moment, he's come back well. 1 break, and if he can somehow get that second break back, we will get the kind of contest we thought this would be. Very close. Right now, one does favor Ymer, maybe even 60-40. I mean, talk about that win predictor, by the way.
Well, serving with new balls. A smart play, forcing his opponent to come up with the goods, especially when he's unbalanced.
But I think the critical thing there was this shot right there, because normally Ymer would have gone to the forehand, cross court. And just to keep Sousa honest, he went very safe to the backhand, surprising Sousa. Was late on that. So good strategy, good thinking by Ymer.
Yes, that's world class. Big serve setting up the relatively easy forehand. Someone at that level. I really like the margin, really like the roll. Well over the net. safely inside both lines.
Second time in a row, going to Sousa's backhand, just to keep Sousa honest.
Well, he loves doing that. By that I mean running his opponent around. You take a look at this. He doesn't hit it too hard. Times it. Knows he's got him on the run. Comes in. Would have had an easy volley, but just forcing his opponent into tough position by using his forehand.
Yeah, he's very careful with that forehand, which is why a couple of games ago he got really upset because he made 2 errors. One pulled it wide. Great ace. Number 3. Thank you, Som. You've been keeping track. And the very next point, he sprayed it wide on the inside out. Good to see Prashant there. A lot of hard work getting this tournament going. Prashant, you and your team, congratulations again.
Yes, good stuff. And Charu, just want to point out one thing. One of the reasons that Ymer could be attacking the Joao Sousa forehand is he doesn't want him to hit this shot, the forehand inside out. Because from that position, Joao Sousa's forehand looks to be a massive threat. But from the other side, completely different stroke, completely different angle. So strategically good. But
Good
also
spot. Big serving's always going to help. So Ymer, just a hint of difficulty. Sousa trying to battle back to the best of his ability. This is, again, continuing to be a great battle. Yes, Ymer is still a break-up and potentially could take the 6-4. Let's see how Sousa changes. And Ymer is back as a favorite, at least for one person in the house.
Well, it is amazing as kids how you decide who your best players are. So arbitrary, but yet so honest. I remember as a young boy watching the Chennai Open. Oh, well, the net play, not his strength, but that was poor by his standards as well.
Well, this is to me indicating a clear change of strategy. I think a more attacking play planned by Sousa. Of course, it looked very embarrassing there. But I don't think he should stop doing that, though. Just the approach needs to be a little better, wider angle.
Well, you know, this man's always ready for a fight. I love his body language. Down a break, but still very much in it.
All fight. Oh, exceptional. Utilizing the pace of the serve. We know he's got a big forehand, showed plenty of glimpses of that. But look at this one, special. And I think he skipped off the line. Still, he handled it so well, Ymer.
Yes, good serve. I'm going to take a crack at this. His full name, Joao Pedro Coelho Marinho de Souza. I prefer Joao Sousa.
Yeah, except for the last name. We've got to say, as I heard from the boys downstairs, Sousa. Whoa. Also racking up the ace count. Up to 3 now of his own, Sousa. He does have a fair amount of variation in his serve, speeds particularly. Oh, gosh, that looked good.
Well, he has 3 challenges.
There you go. Good time to challenge. Could make a difference between winning the game here.
Well, Ymer, from his body language, looks convinced it was long, and long it was. That's world class. Took it early, made it look a lot easier than it was. But it was really not easy at all, but beautiful shot by Ymer.
I'll have to second that. I think you said it before. This is a particularly difficult shot, but his balance, his weight transfer, brilliant. And the timing, of course, that's the key there. And still very safe. You mentioned the value of that. So, mentally now, pressure on João Sousa.
And he got a little lucky with the return. And how awkward was that shot for João Sousa? Was not an easy put away, despite what it looked.
Well, great defense. Of course, he got lucky with this one here. Great defense by Ymer. And then the one that he should have made, he didn't quite catch it in the middle of the racket.
Yes, the target there for Ymer should have just been over the net, low, because Sousa was in a precarious position. Game point here for the Portuguese.
Exceptional. Just brilliant. Not difficult to lob these modern day players. They're so quick.
That's really hard shot, making it look once again very simple. João Sousa, when he's not muttering, you know he appreciates a good shot.
His volleying not quite textbook. Very lucky that volley which he tried to dig out a little awkwardly, just about land on the baseline. Could have lost the point right there. However, here he is, hoping to hold.
That's really good stuff. Elias Ymer working to play the kind of points he wants to play. Staying with that forehand cross-court pattern, and when he gets a short one, has the ability to step in, this time on the backhand. Pace and angle, lethal combination.
I just know he's going to rise finally, hopefully near the 100 mark this year, because he's showing no real weakness. Because yes, he's got a much bigger forehand, but the backhand is more than adequate. Yes! Great retrieving, keeping his cool and not overdoing it.
And he's just there with so much time, and he's there pretty much all over the court. Fairly easy put away at the end. Well, everybody appreciates good tennis. 42 minutes in, set point.
Could finish it right here. Needs a big serve. Sousa, he knows that. All in the first serve now.
Charu, you're right. So far in this set, he's been below 50% on first serve percentage made, 49. And that takes him to the 50% mark. Still not good enough.
It's impossible to overemphasize the utility of a big first serve. An accurate serve, should I say.
Well, he guessed right.
Override it. Got too close to the ball, Ymer.
Well, very interesting over there. See Sousa doing a little shadow practice with his forehand. Don't see that often, especially in the semi-finals of a tournament. You'd think he'd be pretty set by now, but clearly Ymer making João Sousa think a little bit. Game point now.
Yeah, for the moment, Sousa survives. but only for the moment. That's why he was shadow practicing his forehand.
Well, either Yma's in his head or Sousa is in his own head. One or the other. João Sousa. Been told by the Portuguese
missed his favorite shot, a forehand cross court. It wasn't really pressured. Of course, it does happen, but a good exhibition of backhands earlier by Yma.
Well, that's something new. He can do that too.
Well, he really has been attacking the Sousa second serve. And you wouldn't imagine he did a fabulous approach. But his
firm
volley
hands.
was fabulous. Textbook.
Well, playing in India, I'll tell you, I didn't get as many cheers when I hit a ground stroke winner. But when I hit a volley winner, very rare, they loved it. One of the reasons maybe, well, of course, Leander and Mahesh were winning tournaments, but I'm convinced it wasn't a coincidence. Indians love net rushers, don't they?
Well, yes, and also perhaps the concept of the finality of killing a point off with a sharp angled volley.
It was actually my coach who pointed it out.
Well, he did try to continue pressing that second serve. And Yma a touch inaccurate on that return. You can't blame him for it, though. It was setting up, waiting for the big forehand. But Sousa survives for now. Remember, he's still a break back. So when we return, Yma is trying to take the first set 6-4 with his service game.
Well, Elias Yma now serving for the opening set. He has been broken, and he's broken one time, a couple games ago, when he was serving 4-1. That could have been a little bit of complacency. I hope it's not on the mind of Elias Yma, the young Swede, because it was on the same side. Now, and I personally think that most tennis players don't think of these things, but sometimes the strangest things can creep into your mind, especially when under pressure.
Sounds very complicated, that. But this is, to me, the first sign that Yma is ready for a bigger league, if he can hold his nerve here, because it's another matter to close it out. Good start.
There's João Sousa. Not able to handle the heat on that serve, the placement. Good opening point.
Well, you know what I mean now, so, because if you're not ready for the league, and if you haven't been there before, there's every likelihood you get a little tight trying to close a match that is on a higher station.
Yes, his first semi-final at the ATP 250 level, Elias Ymer. Well, two forehand misses, both to the same side of the court. One deep, one in the net. So a little rattled, clearly. Pressure.
Yeah, that's not because of the pressure that Joao Sousa is putting on Ymer. It's just his own mental pressure of knowing that he needs to close it out and just makes you a little tighter.
Well, the best way to ease pressure, get a free point. And Charu, I think they call it scoreboard pressure. That exists in, again, different sports as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, in a sport that's so popular in our part of the world, there are all sorts of pressure points in terms of the scoreboard. Just before you get to 100, you see how many runs you need and how many balls. All of that just confuses the mind. Or makes the mind focus on, or take the ball away, or the mind away from the ball in terms of accuracy.
Oh, what a shot.
In. Fabulous. Gosh, did he flirt with the line there, because he kept saying Som. He's very, very careful, stays within the lines. That was, because of the nerves, he bashed it a little extra. There is a challenge.
Well, that was bravery, I'll tell you that, because he unleashed, he absolutely unleashed on that forehand. It's one of the first time we've seen him attack that. It's so much bigger. And now a set point, second one on his own serve.
Excitement here in the stadium. Now the hush finally. Set point for Elias Ymer of Sweden.
Felt it coming, didn't you, Charu?
Feel it in my bones. I think we've been making a big point of it for the last 3 or 4 minutes about just having the...
Yes, it's painful. Well, he wants this over and done with, but he's still got some work to do here. Double fault number 3. Elias Ymer only been broken one time in the last 2 matches, twice including this one, but...
Well, he needs a first serve desperately. So is he going to take maybe 10-20% off and just land it in the box? That's the way to do it. I don't think he took any off.
I think he had it, so.
Did you see the big breath that he took after that serve? Oh, boy, I'm alive again. And maybe that's what he needed now to wrap it up, because those were 2 very nervous double faults back to back. Shake of the head.
This man does play incredibly fast. Oh, smart shot, really smart shot. Knew he was going to attack to the backhand. Didn't go for the pass. Understood Ymer's momentum was moving forward. Didn't have to hit a great lob. Hit it just good enough, just out of reach. That's experience.
I was about to say, so knowing exactly what to do, and Ymer a step short. Oh boy, trouble.
Three double faults while serving for the set. Joao Sousa is back in business, and he's pumped up. Well, part of me feels for Elias Ymer.
You took the words out of my mouth. I shouldn't be biased, but you feel, because he's on such a high station, never been there before, got a little tight, couldn't finish it off. It was all on his racket. He'd been serving well enough. So 3 doubles to go down and get broken is just way out of character, considering the rest of the match, or rest of the game we've seen so far from Ymer. Anyway, Sousa now with new energy.
And from here in the commentary box, you can almost feel the momentum switch. I know it is 5-all, dead even, opening set. One can't help but think Sosa now has a slight advantage.
Very important for Emo not to play with anger now. Or any kind of dismay. He's got to just somehow get back to even keel and play his game. Get into the zone again.
Well, this is why you love sport. The mental game within the game, within the game. Well, that's the first time in a couple of games where I've seen Ema go back to exactly how he started the match. Attacking with margin, with a very clear pattern and game plan in mind. Well done. Not easy to settle down, especially after getting broken while serving for the set, but
That's one of his favorite forehand shots. And once again, he played it carefully with confidence. So easy to overhit that hooked line forehand.
yes, a free point from either player at this point. So precious.
In terms of body language, Ema has always been very flat. There's no real joy or triumph or cries. But Sosa, of course, does wear his heart a bit on his sleeve. Oh, narrow miss.
Sosa doesn't hide the way he feels. Right now, confidence. That's what you see. Focus.
I hope he's forgotten that whole double fault episode. Wow, we like that. Was pushed way back behind the baseline, recovered quickly enough and played his favorite forehand with power.
And what I like about Ema is when he does go for that big forehand, hits it hard, doesn't swing out of his shoes, very much in control. Tells you about the ability of this man. Well, that's just absolutely world-class tennis from Elias Ema.
And to me, it indicates that that nervous finish to the previous game when he got broken those double faults. That phase is over, near perfect. As you keep saying, so very safe. Maybe he flirted a bit with the forehand once in a while. The backhand, very safe. Created the gap on the ad court and finished it with utter safety and confidence. The man is back. Break point.
Well, you just didn't get the feeling that Elias Ema was going to miss. He was serving for the match at 5-4. He fights hard, breaks again. And when we come back, Elias Ema going to be serving for the opening set one more time.
Well, he's certainly happy to prove me wrong. Nice cry of triumph there. First time I've seen that emotion. Ema, vamos as well, did he say? All right, we've got a real battle on our hands here. Stay tuned.
Well, the last time he served for the set, just a couple games ago, Elias Hima hit 3 double faults. Looked a little over-eager at times. Certainly anxiety was the word you could have used. Uncharacteristic errors. Well, a few of those big forehands did work out, but the double fault's a clear indication of how he felt. How is he feeling now after breaking? About to find out. Well, challenge. I think it might have just kissed the line as he's staring at it. Indeed. Most of the ball outside, but ace for certain. Perfect way to start the game when you're serving for the set. Yes, pressure there again into the Joao Sousa forehand. That is the last forehand he missed while getting broken as well. And importantly, no more challenges left for Joao Sousa. End of the set, perhaps. Hope it won't hurt him.
I thought it was a very smart shot right in the middle. Yes, good serve. We'll give you that 3 point.
Yes, totally different body language here from 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I am now 100% sure. I'm not willing for this to happen. If he misses his first, he's not going to double fault. Not this time, Ima.
Brave.
And that is it. Supremacy to begin with a double break for Ima. And then gets broken, cannot finish it off. But he's learned his lessons. And he takes the opening set, 7-5. Quite brilliant, the young Swede. I wonder if that confidence with that fist bump will continue for the second. Joao Sousa will have a few other thoughts of his, trying to get back and prove that his experience counts over Ima. We'll be back to the second set as Ima takes the first, 7-5. Brilliant action here at the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022.
Take a look at those statistics. 4 double faults for Ima. 3 of them coming when he was serving for the set at 5-4. No such drama. Served it out at love won the opening set 7-5.
Quick drawing your attention to the 4-1 in terms of double faults. 3 in that game, which he should have won. He got really tight. And one felt for him then. Sousa smelt an opportunity. Unfortunately got broken again. Ima did lift his game.
Yes, one of the most encouraging signs I've seen from Ima after he won that set is he got the crowd going, pointed out to his supporters. Remember, he is traveling here all alone, flying solo in his own words. So perhaps being very smart, using them as a way to stay motivated, to stay focused. Well, hitting through the Sosa forehand. That seems to be a strategy that's worked.
You can see a furrow on Sosa's brow, saying, what am I supposed to do against that forehand? There's a little bit of wilt right now in Sosa's game. I suppose just the after effects of losing a set. You tend to get a little hard on yourself.
Well, he has to be a little careful here because Elias Ymer has looked incredibly confident. Don't want to give the man too much of a lead. Sometimes, set in a break, players can really open up their arms and unleash. Well, he's unleashing already, isn't he?
That's how he started the first set, some big forehand cross courts. And this one was just brilliant. The power on that return. João Sousa could only stand there and appreciate what he just saw. He may not do that openly. A little bit of desperation I sense in Sosa's body language now. It's like nothing's going for me. Everybody's against me.
Just really smart, really measured, really professional, and very focused indeed. Elias Ymer now up a set, up a break, continues to look at his supporters, loves the attention he's getting from them, loves the, well, love.
Well, anybody would, anybody should. I just love the way he constructed that point because his forehand line forehands were very safe, well over the net, because that is the difficult shot. And then once that space was created on the deuce court, he bashed that forehand cross court with much greater power. It just shows that he knows exactly, or in his mind, he's very clear about his game plan. Then, of course, luckily, his execution is not bad, and Sosa is folding up, giving too much space on that forehand. When he gets there, his returns are very inaccurate, Sosa.
Yes, the patterns are very clearly being dictated by this man on your screen. The only time he went away from it, Sosa bounced. It's important for Ymer to continue his game plan. Classic two-shot pass in the modern day game, so effective. Well, people have complained that the modern day tennis player doesn't volley well. That was an example. Not to be too critical, but got to call it like you see it.
Brilliant. 2-3 times the inside out, creating the space, making Sosa guess, and then his favorite weapon, that big forehand cross court. Just brilliant. So safe again.
Yes, the modern day volley, not so much, but the modern day forehand, well, that's what you call the money maker.
That's the hammer, the bludgeon, that forehand cross court of his. Brilliant to see.
For a grueling rally. João Sousa not going to miss unless he's forced to. And any given opportunity will keep his opponent running. That's what he's known to do on the ATP Tour.
One could sense that Ymer was getting a little anxious to try and move to the net or get closer. And then, of course, he backtracked a bit, saying, well, maybe not now. Then kept it very safe.
Yes, double-minded once again. Understanding the threat. First of all, great return from Sosa. But just knows the difference between if he hits a shot a little weak, Sosa going to pounce. So that's the added pressure. And that's led to 2 break points for a break right back for Sosa.
It's going to be a test of character and of his serves. Well, again, very close that.
That one certainly looked in.
I'm not sure if it's wide. Sorry? No.
Well, if it is in, it'll be interesting to see if it's a re-point or the point to... yes, well in.
That's what I thought. I'm glad my eyes are working. Always tough, though. Yeah, life is rough. But at least he didn't argue. This one goes right back to his business.
Well, he saves one.
Well, the pace was off on their forehand. I think he missed it a bit. And that's what disturbed Sosa's return or timing.
Yes, he noticed the opportunity to attack. Hasn't had too many on the backhand side. Well, he backtracked. But that backhand, absolutely spectacular.
Couldn't do much with the volley, easily run down by Sosa. And Sosa might have, at this point of time, considered himself favorite. But look at that backhand line. Just drilled it. Again, safe. So much care taken. Great focus and concentration. You've got to admire. Just the gumption of playing that shot.
Yeah, snatched to that one. Sosa, well, you know what you're going to get from him. Ima, on the other hand, you know what he wants to do. Also being cautious sometimes and over-aggressive at times. Certainly been the protagonist in this match. Little position change in the serve.
Well. The seesaw battle continues. Ima with a relatively easy break to begin with, but allows Souza the opportunity to tie this one up. This breaks all the way in the second set. What's going on, Som?
Well, I can't help but think, Charu. Think about the patterns that have worked for Ima. Think about the patterns that have worked for Sosa. And a lot of times, Ima getting away from his patterns. Now, that's inexperience. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Attempting to go for the outright pass once again. Maybe not the best decision. Sosa not the best volleyer. We've seen that already.
Yeah, that backhand slice right there was well underplayed, middle of the court, allowing Sosa a lot of force on that drive.
So many options.
Yeah, and then once again, just the fact that Emer missed that backhand line pass goes on to demonstrate how difficult that shot is.
Raw power right there. And margin. That's what I like about that forehand is hit it into a big space, hit it big, but with margin.
You know, you've been saying this a while earlier, that the match seems to be on Ima's racket. Many more winners. Oh, was a nice forehand by Sosa. And Ima just late on it, almost like he saw it a little late.
Well, seesaw for batting, really.
What's your win predictor? Is your win predictor up and about, or is it crashed?
Yeah, AI not working for me.
Very tough. I mean, after Ima broke in that opening game, second set, you thought, okay, he's back. He's looking good. And then to get broken right back. Of course, a tribute to Sosa's ability to stay the course.
That's well done. Really went after that forehand, went after that backhand up the line.
You know, I beg your pardon, this business of trying to step in earlier, that fake almost, I wonder if it's a ploy, trying to pressure Sosa into thinking that he wants to come up and then he goes right back again. Just to try and disturb the rhythm and the thought and the sight of Sosa.
A break point for the third straight break, second set. Well, that's really good stuff, tough stuff. Redirected that forehand, found an angle from an unlikely position, let's say.
Was a very brave shot. Flirted with the line, got away with it. And Ima almost didn't believe the fact that that shot was made, was late on it. Trying to slice it back, not happening.
Well, the ability to get that slice backhand up and down from well inside the baseline. Take a look at this. He's well inside the court. Get it up and down with power, finding the angle against a, well, speedy opponent. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, he did that really well. The kind of topspin you have to put on that. And then the control. Well done, Ima, again.
That's smart. That's experience. Not an easy shot. Floating return on the baseline. And recognizing Ima taking half a step the other way. Not the hardest, but just very smart.
And that shot right there involves a lot of strength as well. The high ball.
Well, baseline slugfest. That's what we expected. That's what we're getting. Especially when players don't get a free point. And you have to love the tone of this match, really.
Yeah, Sosa will be very disappointed. Just a defensive backhand slice sails well long. That's not what you expect. That's the shot you play to keep it in play.
Again, such a well-measured forehand. Had he hit it too hard, it's going to miss it wide. Timed it to perfection, wanted to hit it short so he could get the angle right here. Short, gets him the angle, gets him the easy overhead.
Even though he's being threatened with another break here and was broken in the opening game, his forehand, Sosa's forehand, certainly working a lot better. Playing it with a lot more confidence and power. Stepping into it. And keeping Emer honest. Oh, yes. Where did he pull that one from?
Yes, first time we've seen it in the match. Aggressive second serve to the Emer forehand. At a crucial time. Such an important game, especially all of these long games early in sets. Well, he's made it a few times, missed it on that occasion. Joao Sousa, despite losing the opening set, battling away. Exactly what you can expect. The veteran Portuguese. He leads 2-1 in the second set. First set, Emer.
Time.
Grueling third game of the second set, going the way of Joao Sousa. Good stuff. Elias Emer once again trying to dictate points with his forehand. Now, I'll tell you a funny story, Charu, about how I know the pronunciation of this man's last name. We were doing a Pro-Am a few years ago when I was still playing on the tour. And he kept telling the Americans during the Pro-Am, it's S-O-U-S-A, Sousa.
Must have won a lot of fans out there. Go USA. That's one of the first wild forehands I've seen Emer hit in a long time. He's done so well with the forehand. Of course, he was backpedaling and off balance.
Well, Sousa's first win at the ATP Tour level, 2013 Malaysian Open. That's when they had tournaments in Malaysia, Bangkok, had a couple in Singapore, but now in Pune, the only ATP Tour level in all of South Asia.
Yes, the big oomph on that forehand line shot by Sousa. And Emer now in trouble, just as Sosa was. Emer was a little surprised by that return, was late on it, and didn't even bother going for this one. Just a loss of concentration, really, from the Swede. In trouble now. More trouble now.
Yes, Sosa, so gritty. Just forcing Emer into difficult positions, making the Swede miss.
This is very interesting now, Som, because Emer has been leading all the way through. Was the man with 2 breaks up in the opening set. Yes, he finally did take it. But what does this do mentally to Elias Emer? Does he start doubting himself now? Does he get hard on himself, upset with himself? Or does he still believe that I'm the better player and I will win this? So this is, to me, decision time, sort of a crux.
As new balls, I'll get to that in just a second, Charu, but good thought, great thought, in fact. And if I'm on Emer's side, I've got to be thinking is back to work, back to basics, try and get back to the patterns that helped you win, and helped you take that early lead. He is straying away just a little bit. You see the places he's missing the ball, not the same places he was attacking earlier.
To me, of course, I admit for the millionth time, it's easier said than done. Everything's much easier from the commentary box. But to me, it's a question of, once again, going back on the moment-by-moment, shot-by-shot focus, not the longer-term focus of what's going to happen in the match, or I'm going to lose or not, or what, or he's up.
Well, he seems to be on a roll, Joao Sousa, and this is one of the reasons this man has been so successful. As you take a look at his coach, long-time coach, Federico Marquez.
But he's pretty deadpan right now, unlike his ward. Well, I do feel, I suspect, that Elias Emer is taking his attention away from the ball and thinking about the match now. Well down in the second set, did extremely well to take the first 7-5. And in the second, he is well down 1-4. So the Portuguese leads handsomely on a comeback trail.
Well, Joao Sousa, he's known on tour for his tenacity, for his fighting spirit, for his dogged play from the baseline. And if anybody at home is watching and wondering how a man without a massive serve and a massive forehand can be in the top 30 in the world of tennis. Take a close look at Joao Sousa. So much respect he has earned on the ATP Tour.
Very high fitness levels and tenacity. Emer also showing a lot of high fitness level, but how about the tenacity, the mental strength? We'll find out here. Errors are now flowing freely from the Emer racket. Forehand, backhand. He's got to get his mind back to just ball striking. And I wonder if he's thinking, well, this set is almost over. What do I do? Maybe I should try it in the third. I hope there's no such negative sounding thought.
Well, I don't know about a win predictor, set predictor. I'd be going very high percentage towards the man from Portugal.
Well, I don't know. He has to find some inspiration now. Emer. Focus, concentration, all the old-fashioned sporting terms. And, of course, a great serve, which he always had. So does he now go back to trusting his big forehand and getting a few winners under his belt? Right now he's praying wildly, both forehand and backhand. There's one or two tough points that he wins. Be big for his morale. Again, great on the line. Is there a challenge? Oh, maybe it was a let. Terrific serve. As you go down the tee the third time around. Goes wide, well done, good change.
Well, Sousa has won 3 titles in his career. Malaysia, Vienna, big 500 there. And his home title, tournament in Estoril, beat Daniel Medvedev. Of course, that was in 2018-19, before Medvedev is the Medvedev that he is today.
Well, how about those serves? Digging himself out of a hole and suddenly beginning to look more confident. Much better. That forehand once again in evidence. So 3 tournament wins, huh? That's not bad. It takes a lot on the ATP Tour. He's been around for a long time. And no wonder we talk about that. What, number 28 was he in the world at some point in time? Wow.
Exactly, 28. Again, for a man that doesn't get free points on a serve, for a man that doesn't have, you know, massive weapons from the baseline, well, too bad there's no stats for heart. There's no stats for smarts. The fighting spirit of this man, something that echoes through his results, through his career. Down a set, and his body language certainly doesn't show it at all. He's been this way for a long time, not just in this match. Good amount of shape.
It was very clever, staying way behind the baseline and looping that forehand to keep it well safe. Deep, the Sousa with the error.
Well, one way to look at the experience level of both players on the court is just take a look at how streaky Elias Ymer is, how opposite his opponent is. Just brings the same doggedness to every point, doesn't he?
Well, Sousa certainly makes you win points. That came out of nowhere again.
A smart second serve, but don't think it deserved, well, a free point. He got it nonetheless. 3 point on a second serve, always welcome. Slight change of strategy. We've seen Elias Ymer take that second serve return on the ad court up inside the baseline. Now doing just the opposite and maybe forcing Sosa to come up with something.
For sure, that's a good spot because the strategy is changing. Earlier he was trying to step in every once in a while, even if he was trying to fake it. Now he's well behind.
That's world class. That athleticism, undeniable. And Elias Ymer, with a little bit of magic, has found himself a break point here to break right back in the second set.
We almost seem to lull Sosa into thinking that I can rush the net here, and then fabulous backhand cross-court pass. There we go, big try of triumph and belief from Elias Ymer. Breaks back. What a big moment in this match. Remember, he's a set ahead. 7-5 in the first. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
And we're back. Elias Ymer is back. He was down but not out. 1-4 in the second set. Earlier in the changeover, looking over his notes, Elias Ymer here without a coach. And, well, just reminding himself what he needs to do.
That's his flying solo book.
Well, if he ever does write a book, he should call it Flying Solo.
Yeah, that was not a very clever challenge, but of course.
Well,
I think there's a clear strategy here. You talked about it last game. He's well behind now, just making Sosa think of doing something different. And Sosa's wilting under this new strategy because he's either spraying it too wide, trying to find different angles, or, as we just saw, playing it long. So this is working for Ymer.
yes, finding the balance in the middle of a match between what's going to work, being the protagonist or the antagonist. I think very key. And that's such a feel thing, Charu. Does change in the middle of a match. Right now, Ymer trying to hold serve. Well, that's just world class. And I'll tell you what, Charu, this win predictor thing, If we had one, it'd be going nuts right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you're going to sit in the fence on that, aren't you? No. Well, you know, what surprises me is just the differential in play. I mean, 10 minutes ago, he was hitting it all over the place. His mind was a mess. Couldn't buy a point, spraying everything. And all of a sudden, he's back with an immense amount of belief. So what gives here?
Well, I have seen him look at his crowd, the supporters, telling them to get louder. And I think that is a very good strategy. I do think energy has a big part to play in this, and I do have experience. Now, if you have to take a look at the two players' energy, Emer's has been up and down. When he's up, he's fantastic. When he's down, this man totally takes advantage. He, however, Joao Sousa, has been very steady through the match. He knows he's got work to do here.
Sousa, to me, now looks like a man who's very upset and annoyed that he got broken back.
Oh, well, he had that. Content to stay in the rally until he had the chance to attack. Injection of pace, got the ball he wanted, and, well, tentative.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that before, that on the slice, when you're running in, it's so easy to overhit. And I think he got a little careful on that, paid the price. Clever change-up by Sousa.
Again, not often this man gets free points, but when he does get him, take him happily, especially crucial times like 4-all. Yes, certainly long there.
Tell you what, both the players are raising their game now. Business end. Just wide. It was a difficult shot, a sort of a basketball, a tennis equivalent of a fall-away forehand. He was falling away, difficult to keep it in.
Well, both players have two challenges remaining. Emer has just used one of them, and this does appear to be just wide. Let's take a look. Yes. I'm surprised he used a challenge there, Charu.
I just think he was off balance and maybe didn't get a proper sight, thought it was in. No doubt, both the players just extra focused, more sharp now. Whoa!
Well, he's shown us he can do a lot of different things. Content to stay steady with the ability to have big weapons. Elias Ymer off both flanks, forehand, backhand as well.
It was the second time I've seen a backhand slice float long, and that's just so unnecessary because that's just a defensive shot, really. You know, trying to make it very safe and the pressure on the other guy.
Well, you know it's a great match when every point suddenly feels like a big point, doesn't it? It was 40 long. In professional tennis, that's really not a big point. Suddenly, you feel like Ymer has a chance to break. It's still a game point for the Portuguese.
Well, that's what a backhand slice is all about. Keep it well safe and make the opponent think about, now, how much topspin do I need to give this? Where do I need to play this? And Sousa missed. Ymer made it.
He's in it long, a hard-fought hold for Joao Sousa. And Elias Ymer is going to have to serve to stay in the second set.
So much heart, tenacity that we've seen from both players, I must admit. Joao Sousa utilizing all his experience, staying with the much younger Elias Ymer. Ymer in a semi-final of an ATP Tour event for the very first time. Wonder what's going on through his mind. So much pressure to succeed. Joao Sousa, on the other hand, 3 ATP titles already. Sousa's coach surely must just want his ward to be calm and keep going about his business. Ymer with a must-hold.
Again, the emphasis on those free points. Either have got too many. Ymer with the bigger serve. Look how quickly Ymer plays between the points, especially when he wins one.
Well, he was a lot quicker to begin with. I think he slowed down a bit. Oh, brilliant. We saw so much of that during the first set by Ymer. And he pulls it off again, the business end of the second set. Joao Sousa can only admire that. Great pace, strength, and safe, as you keep saying so.
There's no complaints from Sousa. In fact, admiration. Really raised his game. Pressure. Pressure does funny things to people.
One of those situations where Ymer would have been admiring that serve down the tee, and suddenly it came back and it was good. And he said, oh, shucks, have to play again.
A heck of a stab there. Found a way to get it deep. Yeah, smart serve. Took a lot of pace off it. Into the body. Made Sousa get out of the way. And I've never seen Ymer play with so much emotion. And I've got to tell you, it suits him.
Well, he'll be happy to hear that, because we did say at the top that he is a very smooth, non-emotional kind of guy, but he's letting it all hang out now. Oh, brilliant. Whoa, and a jump too. I haven't seen him do that. A Neil Ymer. And we like this flying solo, jumping solo.
Yes, unleashing once again, well within the lines. Getting the crowd pumped up, and chance to make, well, this is his maiden semi-final, so obviously chance to make his maiden final at the ATP 250 level, and well, the juices would be flowing for anybody. The players holding their nerves well, holding serve as well. That's so good. And the reason I say that is not a single one of those forehands was hit with anything but 100% control. Waited for the move, went behind him. There was never a chance he was missing that.
Such a high level of safety. Power, yes, but safety. That's what wins you points.
Once again, dictating the point from the baseline. Ima not necessarily doing something too wrong, but on that occasion, Joao Sousa just too good.
High quality. Side to side before Ima says enough now.
Now, once again, we mentioned Sousa prefers hitting his forehand from the ad court. You can see why. You wonder if, well, he's got time to think.
Whoa, easy now, big man. He slipped a little, I think, 10 minutes ago, but only a tribute to the fact that he was wrong-footed by Joao Sousa. The crowd likes a warrior who gets up and gets on with it.
I can't tell you how impressed I am with how well Joao Sousa moves the ball around the court so effectively without hitting it that hard. It's an art, I tell you.
I mean, to me, he's belting it. He's kind of stepping it up, that's for sure. Good pressure by Ima. Although he's well behind in this. What a roller coaster of a match already. I wonder if he'll go to a third or not. We don't know about the win predictor here. But it's been a very enjoyable roller coaster for us. I don't know about these two guys on the court. It's been brutal.
High quality tennis, that's for sure. 2 game points. Well, he's held. Ima is going to have to force this to a tiebreak if he wants to win this in 2 sets. Joao Sousa determined to not let that happen.
What was the language there? You're the pro now, North Europe. So, it seemed obviously Swedish because he's from there. But those notes are quite something. So he's flying solo, reading solo. That's just a wonderful sight. Not too many people do that, though.
The last top player I can remember doing that, Serena Williams, at a few Grand Slams.
Jim Courier reading a book between points. Between games, that is, sorry.
Yes, he's reading the book, and Joao Sousa reading the game, forcing his opponent now to hold serve to take this to a tiebreak. Great point, great opening point from Elias Ima.
Every time he's read that book, he's come up with something special. So you better get onto that book. I know you guys want to coach him, and he needs it. But the point here is, if he stops flying solo, gets a coach, you or others, is he going to drop that book? Brilliant.
Nah, I doubt it. It's probably something he's done for, well, since he was a kid. Old habits die hard. Sorry, getting a little excited here, Charu.
I swear, it is a very exciting match. Exciting times here at the Tata Open Pune. Tata Open Maharashtra, that is, in Pune, 2022. Terrific semi-final in progress. Great angle, wonderful finish. He's done that once before in this match. This is the second time, and it was equally good.
Yes, and I really like how he hit the volley short. You hit it there, ball just cuts away from your opponent and makes it virtually impossible for them to reach or be effective with it. 3 game points, send this to a tiebreak. Rather tame error, but the tiebreak.
6-all tiebreak.
One man trying to send it to the third set, the other man trying to make his maiden ATP final.
Wouldn't that be something? But what a terrific value for money match. Seen plenty of shots of the spectators here, thoroughly enjoying themselves, cheering one side, then the other. I wonder who the crowd favorite is. Maybe Ema. Well, they were going for both earlier on. And I've also seen the changing levels of energy. Once in a while, you thought Sousa was energetic. All of a sudden, Ema now jumping around. Here we are. Tiebreak. Ema guessing right, and Sousa will be so disappointed wasting that opportunity.
Yes, once he did guess right, I will say, smart, making Sousa come up with the low volley, something he knows his opponent is not comfortable with. A mini break, I'm not sure it means a whole lot, but the opening point certainly does. Well, once again, Ema coming to the net, but that time, Joao Sousa. And you just got to love the determination of this man. It was very average drop volley to begin with. Would have preferred seeing him make Sousa come up with a special pass, but no, it's 1-all instead.
Great to see the wheels this late into a, well, 2-hour match. Ran it down so easily.
Well, he's doing all the running. And the running's paying off. Joao Sousa did control the ball beautifully in that point, but the last one, perhaps the power of the Ema forehand, just this one right here, with a lot of pace, and forced into an error.
Yeah, the timing of that last forehand just going a little off. At least one of the two children there appreciating the tennis, the other one...
Looking at stats.
Oh, sure,
I'm going to
sure.
say that.
Good bailout.
Oh.
Well, the chair's called it. You want to challenge it? Go ahead. Otherwise, hold your peace.
Well, like you said, he's taken a lot of time. It was right under the chair umpire's nose.
Yeah, so he did walk up. I mean, players love doing that. And then what? The chair umpire just gives you a stare and says, you want to challenge? Go ahead.
Oh, dear. Well, played the perfect point, got the ball he wanted.
Well, I've got to add that we haven't seen too much in terms of luck happen in this match so far. It's been all ability. This one of red cord, just bad luck for Ymer.
A few times now. Joao Sousa fighting on like he's done his entire career. His coach, Federico Marquez, cheering on. We have seen him quite emotionless. Well, if you have a pulse right now, Charu, you're excited.
Yep, mine's hammering. And it was the slice. Once again, Ymer unable to lift that over the net. That's the second time in the last few points.
Oh, that wasn't close. Now, a couple statistics come to mind here. Sousa has played 3 tie breaks in this very tournament. The first one he played, lost to Arjun Khare. The second one and the third one were must-win tie breaks. One against Khare, he was down a mini break, won that. The next one against the number 3 seed Gianluca Maga, won that. Third set, 7-6. Elias Ymer, on the other hand, he's played 4 tiebreaks in 2022, won all 4. Well, something's got to give.
Now, this is a different stage, though. And I'm guessing that Ymer, of course, not being used to semi-finals of ATP Tour events, is less favourite here to hold nerve. Joao Sousa, we know, is an old warrior. He's won 3 tournaments, you reminded us earlier. So he's much more in his element than Ymer, who's playing on a station above his normal station.
Yes, well done. No panic on that forehand. Hit it with a relative calmness into the open court as his opponent was defending the other side. And gotta say, love the energy. He's down, but certainly not out.
Suspect he could have played it either side and won that point, but I'm glad he kept his focus, didn't change his mind.
A pin drop silence in the crowd. Everybody feeling the moment.
And the hush in the commentary box as well, so well done.
Brave second serve, I have to admit. He hasn't done that too many times, Joao Sousa. And, well, that's where, that's just clutch under pressure.
Did he challenge that? No, he might have wanted to. But you're right, so much stronger, having played such matches many more times than Ymer.
That's the experience, not over-hitting the forehand. Didn't want to hit it for a clean winner. Came in. Well, coach is pleased. Easy put away. Leads to 3 set points.
Yeah, I saw some spark in the coach's eyes for a change. Very calm and quiet all the way through. Now, little spark. Eyes of Federico. A lot of hard work still to do. Set points still for Joao Sousa. That's a bit of a special. Tosses and spins the ball with left hand. Don't see too many people do that. Nerves, nerves, nerves.
Yes, you have to love the determination from this man, Joao Sousa. Determined to send this match to 3 sets. And looks ever so ready. The test will continue as we come back.
It starts when he gets in. It doesn't start when he leaves. That's the rule now, right?
A riveting second set tie-break going the way of the relatively older tennis player Joao Sousa at 32. Showing a lot of tenacity, fitness, superior thought, I suppose, holding his nerve. And he has succeeded in taking the semi-final to the deciding set. The spectators here in the Baliwadi Stadium in Pune, well, we certainly have a full house in terms of what the authorities have allowed us. Only a certain number of spectators allowed, and haven't they had a wonderful time watching some top-level tennis, great fight. They've all joined the roller coaster that the players were on. And so it's been thoroughly enjoying, great value for money, and nowhere near ending. So now what happens? Who's stronger? Physically, mentally, strategically? I have no doubt that Ymer is going through that blue book of his right now.
Yes, one player attempting to make his maiden ATP final. That's this man, Ymer, on for a fresh set of clothes. The other, well, he's been in 10 finals. Of course, 3 titles, but again, you can't underestimate the experience of being in 10 ATP finals. And after the momentum switch of winning that second set, well, you have to assume that he's a slight favorite, if not a little more than that.
I agree, because he's in very familiar territory. And he's not going to think of the occasion, but just the point in the game and whatever else. But Ymer, every once in a while, he's human. I suppose he will think of the occasion. Here I'm in my first semi-final. I've got to do this. I've got to play better. Just putting extra pressure on his game. And at times perhaps overthinking instead of keeping it simple. But when he has kept it simple, Ymer's shown us a great game. That forehand is such a wonderful weapon. Keeps it very safe and high when he's going line, and he really gives such a batter when he's going cross-court with full commitment. He's missed very few of those. He's missed them at crucial moments.
His power doesn't always prevail. Ymer does certainly have more firepower in pretty much every department. See him mixing his drinks, getting ready for this third set. It has been very physical battle. We were talking about the 10 ATP finals that Joao Sousa has made. 1-3, his first one in Malaysia. He lost in Sweden at the Swedish Open. And what's been impressive is that it's been a healthy mix of clay and hard courts, showing how much of an all-court player Joao Sousa is. His last title in Estoril, beating Francis Tiafoe, his home country, and the one on a hard court, other than Malaysia, beating Roberto Bautista Agut, another fighter on the tour. That was in November 2015 in Valencia.
His last title, 7 years ago? No, 18, so 4 years ago. Okay. That's still a distance. Oh, he's kept it in. Lots of topspin there. That is his favorite shot, even though he wasn't playing it from too much of an angle. So let's see body language here. I think Ymer looks reasonably calm. But Joao Sousa showing a little more energy to me here. I got this. I've been here before. I've done it before.
Well, it's clear which player is doing more of the running. And that's Elias Ymer, the younger one. Such a smart player, such a tactically aware player, Joao Sousa. Very rarely swings out of his shoes, very rarely hits the ball too hard. Just so effective, top 30 in the world. Well, former top 30 in the world, now looking to get back into the top 100, currently ranked 137, but his quality clearly inside the top 100, as is this man.
What's the strategy here for Joao Sousa? Does he feed the strength of Ymer to the forehand and force him to make mistakes, or does he go to the backhand, which, well, is at times reasonably sublime? He's made some great backhand line passes, Ymer, but maybe that is not his big weapon. So what does Sousa do? Easy, easy.
Yes, that well, he appears to be fine. But, oh, well, it could have been ugly.
Yeah, both players have taken a spill. Did he get it up? Yeah, he just did. And I'm glad that Ymer was not celebrating prematurely. We hope he's okay.
Well, talking about strategy, my feeling is Sousa is going to make this as physical as it can be. Over a period of time, you can imagine he'd make less errors than his younger opponent.
You know, Ymer hasn't really shown any signs of physical wilting. I think he still looks pretty strong. So, not so sure that Sousa thinks Ymer's not going to last the third set. There's no sign of that. But, yeah, maybe if Ymer's a little off balance because of the side-to-side running, he may not be able to generate the power. And there we go again.
This book is going to become famous. Well, just reminding himself.
I shall not miss a forehand again.
Well, you know, Charu, just thinking about the number of times that Tsitsipas, players like him, so many others, Serena as well, who have been warned for on-court coaching. Well, why don't the coaches just do that?
Because the situations are so different at different times. And the requirement, but I tell you what, you know, this coaching on court or whatever, or beside the court, is just there's too much made of it. You can't really change up much. I mean, most of the time the coach is sitting on the sidelines or in the box. They're just geeing people on, you know, fist pump, let's go, let's go, let's go, or, you know, well done. Or, so that's just, you know, basic stuff. I mean, kindergarten stuff.
Well, I've seen some stuff, Charu.
Okay, some secrets tumbling out.
Well, it's just that from a different perspective, from the coach's perspective, he can see patterns develop that perhaps as a player you can't. So sometimes, where's the player going to serve on a big point? And what's the other player not defending based on the way you're playing? And a lot of players are out there who do fight for, they say, well, coaching happens all the time, and it does. It does happen, especially at the lower level. At the highest level, perhaps a little less, but it still continues to happen. A lot of players argue that, well, they just want it to be legal. I'm completely the opposite end of the spectrum. Where do you stand with tennis and coaching?
Ouch, I'm going to tell you. Might be a little contrarian. Once again, that forehand of Emer, thing of delight. Well, you know, I'm all for equality. So whatever is happening, let it be equal. If all coaches are allowed to coach their wards, I also feel that, you know, during a set or a match, the coaching is not detailed. It's not like, then you will do this, then you will do this. It's just a little touch here, a little push there, little indication here. And I'll pick this up again. I'm making a case for saying, well, allow everybody to do what they want. Almost made it, but good pressure by Sosa, doing exactly what you suggested, running Emer off his legs.
Well, that's the pattern that Sosa likes, hitting forehands, controlling it from the middle of the court or the ad side of the court. And that's what Emer was doing so successfully, not allowing Sosa to do that, especially early in the match. And that pattern has slightly shifted towards the Portuguese, towards the favor of the Portuguese. Well, I'm not going to let that thought on coaching go.
I'll get back to it. What a point. Skimming lines, one side then the other.
Yes, such an important point in the context of this match. Game point, working his way to a game point there, Elias Emer. Getting away from the forehand. He is looking a little bit tired. And his break point, importantly. Well, he doesn't have a big serve, but a big serve when he needed it most.
Emer just a shade late on it and upset with himself for trying to go line. Sent it cross court and then taken it from there, even though it had been well wide on the left court.
Well, that far behind the baseline, generally the net is out of play, but maybe Sosa is succeeding in tiring out the legs.
Yeah, that backhand looked a little ponderous and slow by Ymer, like he was running out of steam. Just because he underhit the previous backhand, just trying to ensure that he got it across the net, overhit it this time. And that's a slightly difficult hold for Joao Sosa. Wonder what the pattern's going to be in terms of holds as we go along, or the breaks. But yeah, back to coaching. You know, so many other sports, whether professional or not, or at the highest level or not, I mean, the coaches are given a free run. And does that mean that the player is mindless and doesn't understand? At the highest level, I mean, most players are 5 times better than their coaches in terms of ability. Yes, you have to once in a while fine-tune, but if it's for both sides... Oh, what a game trier, Sosa.
Yes, that backhand down the line. Well, doing the trick. I think he's going to have to use that shot if he wants to succeed in this set, because that is the one shot Joao Sosa has not covered, because, well, Ymer's gotten away from it since the opening of the first set.
He plays it rarely, Sosa, but I think it's probably 50-50 on it.
That's unbelievable athleticism, and don't discount how much that's going to hurt his legs. And, well, the heart he showed to get up there. It's not easy at all, especially this late into a match.
Took the words out of my mouth. You know, just how much will it take out of him? He's breathing a little heavily now, and he'll be really glad he came out on top, because after making that kind of an effort, he'll come out not on top, and just busts you.
Well, beautiful backhand to set it up. And he's missed that forehand line a few times now already, hasn't he?
Yeah, when he's caught halfway there, when he's rushing up, yeah, he has made a couple of errors, and he was favourite to win that point. So that's a big mistake.
Charu, I promise you have a thought on the coaching. Just stay with me.
I have more, by the way.
Of course you do.
Dead. Gone.
Yes, bad choice of shot. Joao Sosa won't let that get away. Easy pickings after a bad decision. Well, Charu, my thought, and I agree with your logic. I think your logic is very sound. However, as a purist of the game, I do feel like tennis is one of those rare sports where it is absolutely individual versus individual. You're not allowed to talk to another person apart from the chair umpire during the match. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Love the precision there. But I tell you what I'm responding to also, that coaching matter, that if you're suggesting that there's a whole lot of surreptitious coaching going on in any case, right? And some people are saying, why don't you legitimize it? So if there was no coaching at all, if the coaches were just back at home or whatever, I can understand. If the coaches are there and there's some level of coaching going on, then, you know, just bring it out in the open. And let's not hide it and make it illegal and, you know, so difficult to monitor anyway.
Well, that backhand down the line is doing the trick. Elias Ymer, another hard-fought win. He's being made to work hard. He's willing to do that. He leads 2-1 in the third set. But things are on serve.
You take a look at that angle again from Emer's viewpoint. Don't lose your mind now, Sosa. It was brilliantly played.
Well, 2 hours and 25 minutes this match, and it's been 2 hours and 25 minutes of enthralling action. Momentum changes, strategic changes, and fabulous tennis.
I'm suggesting that our, what was it called? The win predictor is still out of action. It's still bust.
Well, yeah. Talk about challenging AI. Watching it waver up and down. Just a quick conversation.
Was new balls when you start the set? They weren't. They didn't change the balls.
I think he's talking about the change of balls. Is it time now for change of balls? Are these not
When you said new balls,
good
you
enough?
served and it was not new balls at all.
You know, some people have been on Twitter suggesting that we should keep quiet and the conversation between the player and the umpire should be heard by everybody. But that's a norm maybe in some sports, but in tennis you put the chair umpire puts the microphone off when there's a conversation going on. Is that correct, Som? Just want to clarify.
Well, he is, and the conversation that's happening right now is he does think the balls are not uniform. Which he might not be wrong about, and sometimes that does happen because when the ball goes into the crowd, a few years ago, the crowd was allowed to keep it. No, the crowd was meant to give it back. Now they're allowed to keep it. So when they do come back, sometimes they are a little different.
Didn't happen here, though. That one might have gone to the crowd. The return.
Good timing.
Long, but it was a brilliant point by Ema. Till then, you know, if João Sousa was complaining about the tennis balls, then it would make sense that Ema should also have had a say in that, because, you know, if they were not consistent, both players need to agree. And Ema wasn't concerned at all, or consulted.
Well, honestly, I think Ema is trying to focus on other things, and that is a complete personal choice. Some players get bothered by certain things, other players, well, don't even think about it twice. This man, clearly one of the smartest guys on tour, does make sense. He pays attention to every little detail on the tennis court.
The spot Ema a few seconds ago, murmuring to himself, come on, come on, come on, come on. That wasn't in Swedish.
His body language, such a clear thing to read.
Well, Joao Sousa's games have been close so far.
Again, the number of forehands that Joao Sousa is hitting from the backhand corner and dictating exactly the pattern of play that he wants.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think he's peppering Sousa's backhand. And Sousa's not happy to play that line backhand that often because it's a tough shot. And then once in a while, he has to switch to the forehand. He's making mistakes.
Yes, if you go there, you have to force him to hit a backhand. Well, overhitting that one a little bit. He knows his strategy, it appears, Eliasima. Well, having a plan and executing it, that's two different things. And this man making it very hard indeed.
Excuse me, let's pick up on that. Having a plan and executing it is exactly why I say coaches should be allowed, because you still have to execute it. It's very tough. Sorry, I don't mean to pounce on that, but you know what I mean. You still have to go execute it.
Well, Ema misses that forehand in the net. And Charu, I didn't think you were listening to me.
Very carefully. I've picked up from you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got to admit, Somdev Varman, one of the keenest listeners I've seen in a long, long time. And he remembers everything too. So if you're with him, watch what you say, because he's going to listen carefully and remember and then tell you 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 years later, this is what you said. And I remember, gosh, you're like an elephant.
Well, I'll tell you what. The memory of this match is going to be with every single spectator that's here, because the quality is so high. Now you see new balls coming in, and that's perhaps why Joao Sousa in the previous game was complaining, because balls were getting rather tattered.
So what now? Does Ema have a problem with them? Because he's serving. If I were him, I'd take the new balls.
Well, not sure what the problem was, but fair to say, well handled, John Blom. Well handled indeed. I've always said the less a chair umpire is involved in the match, the better.
Well, the chair umpire's in no hurry to get involved. It's just the players force the involvement. But perhaps he can keep the conversations short, is what you mean, I suppose.
He just keeps control of the match. Yes, short conversations, better. Well, don't forget that Joao Sousa is the older one by 7 years. 32 years old, Joao Sousa, 25, Ema. If Ema's having a physical match, so is this man.
Brilliant. Let's talk personal experience. At 25 and at 32, did you feel like a different man physically, or were you just virtually the same? Think hard.
Tough question, but I have an answer ready. Well, in terms of could I go on longer, I think it was pretty much the same. I never really had a fitness problem in my life, but in terms of explosiveness, no question. Younger, better. Unbelievable service hold, easy service hold, something that Ema needed, something that he wanted. He keeps his nose ahead. 3-2 in the final set. Well, this man being put to the test, Elias Yima, over 2.5 hours already in this match, looking to make his maiden ATP final and up against a stiff test.
Without question, what a big moment for the young man and for all of us. It's been an absorbing, riveting match, nothing to separate the two, except what you just mentioned, that if at 25, you're very fit, Charles Souza here, 32, equally fit, but the explosion more expected from Yima, and maybe he will continue to power those forehands, and Sosa may wilt in terms of exploding when necessary. We'll see if that happens. For now, both are looking supremely fit after 2 hours and 36 minutes of a truly gladiatorial battle out there. Centre court, Tata Open Maharashtra, Pune.
And the winner of this match will take on Emil Rusevori, who's made the finals without losing a set. And I'm sure he's watching this match and thinking, well, keep going, make it a 4-hour match.
Exhaust yourself, gentlemen. Rusevori, such a fine talent, brilliant. And only 22. So he's set to go places, but that's for tomorrow.
Yes, there's certain players you look at, Charu, and you say, I don't see how this guy does not get into the top 25. And I'm being, safe. Top 25 seems to be assured. Ramkumar Ramanathan waiting for his doubles match, and that is what is to come next.
Better serving by both gentlemen. And this is middle of the third set of the 2.5 hours. So they're finding reserves of energy for sure. And I feel a bit for the doubles guys because they've been sitting for a long time thinking, when's this going to end? Well, not in a hurry.
Well, 3 points. To make sense, the ball's just 1 game old. Elias Yima served with new balls in the previous game. Had a love hold.
Those are giving Yima a taste of his own medicine. A few free points courtesy big serves.
Yes, you did mention not easy for the doubles guys. Indian pairing, Rohan Bopanna, Ramkumar Ramanathan. They've been ready for, well, 2 hours now. Haven't seen that in a long time. A clean shank. Well, I think I just made up a term. Clean shank.
Like a bad winner. Oh, Ram's there. So is Gaurav, our friend.
The short ball and caught the top of the tape for a little too much. Love the loop on that ball.
And because the ball was off pace, that's why every once in a while the timing goes off. And that's probably what happened there. He had the opportunity. It was a high ball. Maybe telling himself it would be nicer to go cross court and play it safe.
Well, he could have gone either way, couldn't he? And kept Sosa guessing. Again, walloping that whippy forehand.
He loves that shot. Now, what a shame he's missed a few, particularly the last point of the tie break, where he was well behind anyway, but that's the one he missed. Brilliant. That forehand is working like a charm once again, and that is his big weapon. He needs it if he's to go to the final.
Talk about explosion.
Challenge comes in, but he's used that serve to great effect all match through. Dev Barman sitting next to me is feeling this match well on the line. What were you thinking, Sosa?
Well, maybe just taking some time because it's been 2 games where Yima has got off to 40 love. Well, 2 love holes for Elias Yima. Keeps his nose ahead. 4-3. João Sousa under some pressure in the final set. Well, still checking out his notes, still trying to stick to basics. But this man making it so hard, making it physical, and Elias Yima, despite a few breaks, different parts of this match in this final set, no breaks whatsoever. And, well, João Sousa now serving 3-4.
Or he was going through his book again. Yima. I wonder what page he's on now and what the notes are saying. You're in the business end of this entire semi-final now. Did very well in that first set. Way up, let it go, came back. Lost big time in the tie break, but here we are. But just judging by the number of points taken, and I don't have a hard stat on this, I'm sure you do, I've no doubt that Yima has won more points in this final set than João Sousa. Just in terms of a point count. Great return. Difficult one. A line which he's missed a few, made a few, but Sousa caught by surprise.
Well, I'm not going to talk about this missed forehand because, well, you were spot on. 22 points for Yima. Make that 23. 17 for Sousa.
You're such a friend.
Well, the control he has on his forehand, impeccable, isn't it? Takes that one up the line, changing direction. Happy to come in, and, well, this one is a sure thing for any pro.
Well, not for nothing is this match so evenly poised, because Sousa also has been playing some extraordinary points. Unless he's rushed by the power and explosion of Yima. When he's balanced, Sousa rarely makes a mistake. Well, also, when the going gets tough and the point develops, Sousa gets into more and more grunting, almost like displaying his physical torture. Yima, silent.
Yes, contrasting styles, both great baseliners, but yeah, spot on. Well, that was a big point. He came up with a massive serve, clutch under pressure. Now, 8 breaks totally in this match. So far, 0 in the deciding set.
You know, you're sitting dangerously close to a commentator's curse.
Well, he's making him do wind sprints, coming in with the easy volley, just controlling the baseline beautifully is Joao Sousa. Deep in this match, the 32-year-old looks, well, so focused.
Just a little indication physically, but normally you might have expected Ymer to, well, even try and chase, come back from that awkward spot deep in the backhand corner. But he didn't. He said, well, I'm gone. I'm going to save my energy. I'm not going to go for this.
Well, he's had 2 holes at love, last 2 service games. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful backhand up the line under immense pressure.
Not so of the game score, but certainly of the match situation. He was well balanced, drilled it well inside. And that's exceptional again. Outstanding backhand line drive.
Well, that's just too good. Stepping up, raising his game. So many questions being asked by Joao Sousa, and Elias Ymer coming up with the answers.
You know, late in this match, that swing volley is so tough. You could so easily miss it, and that was too far off from the net because he may not have been the ideal position to hit it, but he did it so confidently.
Smart, very smart. Second time jammed him with the body serve. Second time in a row in this game. And I mean, just playing such a smart volley, not overdoing it.
Not overdoing the volley, but the shot before that, gosh, going in, kissed the line. That's why the weak reply by Sousa. That was a brave shot. Just millimeters here and there. Well, centimeters. Wow.
Can he have 3 holes at love?
No.
That one's on me.
No good time to hit a double. But 40 love, well, you can afford to be not too harsh on yourself.
Double fault number 6, that one. It's had 9 aces. Yes, and a free point. A brilliant game under immense pressure. Elias Ymer holds serve, forcing Joao Sousa now to do the same, to stay in the match.
don't know how much Joao Sousa is enjoying this match, but everybody here at the Balewadi Stadium in Pune watching the semi-final of the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022, including the two of us here in the commentary box, are having a great time. But, you know, down in the court, Som, you see a different side of it. You want it to end quickly. You don't want it to be a cliffhanger.
Yes, I mean, Joao Sousa has been brilliant in this match, as has Elias Ymer. So little to choose from. Both brilliant baseliners with such contrasting styles, and both playing with their hearts on their sleeves. The energy, the attitude, the body language from both players. Top-notch, top-class tennis. And people said that there wasn't going to be long rallies in Pune. They were wrong.
Okay, here we go. As you said, forcing Joao Sousa to now hold. Any nerves here for the veteran? Perhaps not. Does Ymer try and do something special, or just stick with his game plan, wait for the right opportunity? Should be the game plan.
Well, he tried to inject some pace there. Second serve return missed in the net.
Well, just judging by what happened in the second set tiebreak, I don't think Ymer wants to go to the tiebreak.
Well, I'll tell you what, he missed the second serve return in the net, but the way he bounced back, that return followed up by that backhand, absolutely world-class ball striking. And again, the body language, the second he missed the return, ran over to the other side and was ready. That's amazing to see, stunning.
Oh, look at worry on Joao Sousa's face, saying, wow, where did he pull that one off from? Certainly shocked him.
Oh, and now Joao Sousa will certainly feel the pressure. That was a hard-working point from Elias Ymer. Changed things up. He has the ability to attack, jet pace, but being steady there, waiting for the error, proved to be the right decision.
Ymer fans applaud. And more than a little pressure on the 32-year-old Portuguese. Does Ymer leap onto that second serve return?
Oh, that's tough stuff. That is stepping up in the heat of the moment. Elias Ymer, I mean, so impressive.
It was an inside-out forehand, which was hit so hard, so precisely, that set up the short return. And then he trusted himself to go for his favorite shot, the cross court, and made it with ease. Match points galore for Elias Ymer to reach his first final.
Tough. That's brilliant.
One tough customer, Joao Sousa. Well, to be fair, Ymer did slip, but that's not Sousa's problem. And then didn't he drill it? Kept his eye on the ball. Very safe. Brilliant.
I mean, you see the quality, why he's reached 10 ATP finals. The toughness under pressure. Match point yet again. A second serve this time. Is he going to regret that? Elias Ymer went for broke. Not quite.
Well, the first match point, Ymer undone by the brilliance of Sousa. The second match point, we'll have to suggest his own fault, a mental error, trying to go for too much on that return. It was spun, it was kicking. The right play would have been to just stay with it.
the control on that slice. And you look at the gritty determination from this man.
The drama of the semi-final just continues unabated. Sosa getting past, saving 2 match points. And now his advantage.
Well, he's had so much success with that forehand inside in, attacking the Joao Sousa forehand once again. Just keeping the Portuguese honest, keeping him on the move, not allowing him to settle down and dictate points. Emer's probably wondering, why couldn't I do that 2 points ago?
Yeah, kept it so safe. That inside in forehand, well above the net, well inside the line. Safe play, good play. I just sense Sosa tiring a bit. It's been a really tough battle. 3 minutes away from 3 hours. Side to side. If Sosa is making Ema run, he is giving Sosa a taste of his own medicine. You see the fatigue there, but that forehand up the line was hit so well by Ema this time.
Match point number 3. Well, the first serve would be handy.
He's tiring. His first serve percentage very low at this critical time.
If you look at the coach of Sousa, Frederico Marquez, once again egging his ward on.
That's a standard cross-court big forehand bash. Just a few millimeters of the tape this time between Ema and a place in the final. Oh, the drama of it all.
Smart. He didn't overdo it with the drop shot. Neither did he do it with the approach shot. Very measured. Notice the court position of Elias Ema way behind the baseline and took full advantage. He hit a perfect shot, but perfect for the occasion.
Ema been hoping to keep it lower, nearer the net. Wasn't to be, and was a good serve too, mind you. Ride continues.
What a cliffhanger we're witnessing. What a privilege it has been to talk tennis during this match. A challenge, a formality really. Ema wanting to take a little more time, understanding things are all square. He's now about to serve. No breaks in the set so far.
And again, I don't want to take sides, but what Ema needs here is a quick service game, as he has been enjoying. Last service games all to what? 2 to love and 1 to 15.
Well, in set 3 in particular, that's his second double fault. But lost only 1 point on his first serve. Now that makes it 4 points on his second serve. So been very dominant. So shouldn't have to overthink it.
Both are tiring a bit, so they need to be careful.
welcome 3-point for Ema.
I tell you what, that to me was one of the most critical points I've seen. You might say it was just a simple second serve and a missed return. I'm saying Elias's mouth, heart would have been in his mouth saying, not a double, not now.
Yes, based on the context of all the drama we're witnessing here. Well, he got the ball he wanted, set it up with that backhand down the line, which has been very effective. And
just tried to do too much with it.
I think a good play would have been to go back down the line. Wouldn't have had to change direction. Always tough in crucial times. 15-30. First serve has deserted him.
Just like it did Sosa. That's what being fatigued does.
Well, pressure, pressure, pressure.
Well, Sosa would certainly not want this as a memory. 2 missed returns on second serves. Everybody's a little tight. The coach not too pleased. What can you do? The board has to execute.
Oh, he overhit that one. Not close. And an error. Well, interested to see how Sosa handles this one, because last 2, not so well. And in contrast, when he was down match point, he was absolutely brilliant. But first break point for Sosa in this final set.
If ever he needed a big first serve. Keeps it in. Good serve. His favorite shot. Played with a high level of confidence, but a very low margin of error.
Yes, that's brave. Getting the ball with that much stop, getting it to drop. And going for the clean winner. He, of course, had the option of perhaps rolling it in, coming in. No. Brave, and it paid off. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Perhaps something Ema could have done the previous point. Chose to do it now. Gave the man the option on the full stretch. Open stance. Oh, that's just perfect.
Such a difficult shot to execute any time. And after 3 hours and 3 minutes, particularly special.
Clever.
Well, after ages, we see an Ema backhand slice, and he got away with it.
Oh, just giving the net nice and short, and importantly, getting Joao Sousa away from the baseline camp he set up behind the baseline. His comfort zone, rather.
Well, that certainly surprised Sosa, and thus the error. So Ema lives.
Also, not to mention the change of pace with the slice in the previous point. Second serve here. Well, that's well played, well executed. The toughness of this man just oozing with every step he takes.
Well, it was the short reply. Great forehand by Sosa. And both men suffering. It's been a gallant fight. What a match to be a part of. You said that earlier, Som. Great to be here today.
Well, brilliant. Once again, Elias Ymer fighting with everything he has, looking to make his first final.
That's his comfort serve. He did it so well. I don't think this is about tennis anymore. It's just about heart.
Spot on. Oh, beautiful. Well, beautiful defensive slice, a squash shot from Joao Sousa as he was forced into that corner. Take a look at this. Big forehand. Hits it so low, makes it so hard. Elias Ymer trying to hit the perfect shot once again, failing. And another break point.
All these advances to the net are not working for Ymer. Wonder if he's going to regret it at the end of another few minutes.
Ragged, working so very hard. 3 hours and 12 minutes to be precise. And Joao Sousa, the sheer doggedness, finds a way to his first match point.
Yeah, Ymer just lost the plot there, confused his backhand. Here we go. Is this going to be the end of a titanic battle?
That's incredible. Joao Sousa has done it. He only led at the very last moments of that final set, serving it out in style, making his 11th ATP Tour final. A challenge from Ymer, a formality, a lot of love, a lot of respect for both players on centre court.
Such a memorable, gallant semi-final with all the spectators, and of course we are grateful. Oh, go for it. Still has the energy. Joao Sousa into his 11th ATP final. He will remember this for a long time here in Pune. So will we all remember it for a fabulous gladiatorial contest. Well, he's absolutely drained. So, of course, will be his opponent. Spare a thought for Elias Ymer. Very emotional moment for Sousa. Perhaps a tear or two, and that's understandable. Wow, what a scoreline. Plenty of opportunities for Elias Ymer. Took the first 7-5. Had a double break in the second set. Went down in a tie break and just couldn't hold it together in the final moments of the third, going down 5-7. Congratulations to the 32-year-old Portuguese in his 11th ATP final. Wow, so what a match.
What a match indeed. Had everything. Had the momentum swings, match point saves with forehand winners, great passing shots, great movement, great tactics, great execution. Elias Ymer getting a standing ovation from the crowd, as he does truly deserve. Heartbreak for the man from Sweden. Well, you really do have to feel for him. Those 3 match points, I'm sure he wants a couple of them back. Joao Sousa, a tough customer, one of the toughest in the business, and this surely was one of the best matches of 2022, and certainly the best match we've seen here at the Pune Open.
Once again, easily and clearly showcasing the agony and ecstasy of sport. Joao Sousa ecstatic after finally outlasting Elias Ymer, and Ymer quickly walking off, of course, agonized by what could have been. His first ATP final was on the line. He fell just short, even though the total points won seemed to indicate that he was a shade ahead. What a match. So Joao Sousa, has he recovered enough to try and talk to Tanvi? I think he just about has. Maybe he can limp across the court and try and meet Tanvi. What a battle. Physically brutal. So more than anyone else, you would have appreciated the kind of physical effort that went into this match.
Yes, absolutely. Incredible the amount of heart, the amount of fight. And we have Tanvisha ready for Joao Souza.
Joao, your 11th ATP final. You got a little emotional after the match. What does this moment mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. I had two very tough moments in my career. The last two years were very tough for me in my career. A lot of things going through my mind during those 2 years, but yeah, this means a lot to be in a final again. It means a lot to me, and thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, you won the hearts of everyone here today, and they're going to be supporting you all out tomorrow. You were down 3 match points. What was going through your mind at those points?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, I think this atmosphere was unbelievable tonight, even for Michael, for me. This is why you play tennis. This is why we like to play tennis, because this was amazing. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, those 3 match points, I just keep believing. And I was trying to push myself. My coach was doing all the same to me, and somehow I found a way to turn around, and in the end I was very happy, and yeah, this is just unbelievable.
Well, next up, you play Emil Rusevori. And you guys haven't played each other in a tour event, but you guys have played each other in the Challengers.
Yeah, we did a qualifying from Stuttgart last year, indoors. So yeah, Emil, it's a great player. It's going to be a tough match tomorrow. I'm going to try to enjoy this fixture. It means a lot to me, and try to recover as much as I can to tomorrow give a good fight, and these guys here can enjoy it.
Well, safe to say we're going to see you in Pune a lot more. Big congratulations and good luck for the finals.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a match we've witnessed. The semi-finals, well, the single semi-finals are done. The double semi-final, something the crowd is here for. All of India watching Team Rambo, Team Rohan Bopanna, and Ramkumar Ramanathan against the French pairing, Sadia Doumbia and Fabienne Riboul.
How do you see that, Som?
Clear favorites, but it is doubles. A tough match, undoubtedly, but in men's doubles, especially no ad scoring, 10-point tiebreak, really anything can happen.
Well, Bopanna and Ramanathan have become squeeze masters for me, squeezing past every round. And that's all they'll need to do against the French pair. But of course, they want to show that they're the boss as second seeds. You're watching the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022. This is our final match on Saturday with only the finals left for tomorrow. Do stay with us. We'll be right back with this doubles thriller.
Just moments away from the doubles semi-final. This is what we have in store. Rohan Bopana, Ramkumar Ramanathan, number 2 seed, with Saudio, well, against Saudio Doumbia and Fabien Ribot. And now we have a very special moment for the Tata Open Maharashtra. We have Gaurav Natekar, very on center court with a special interview.
Thank you, Som. I've got Prashant Sutar, the tournament director, with me. He's the man behind the tournament. Prashant, thank you for joining us. The first question, of course, this is the 4th edition of the tournament. We lost a year last year because of the pandemic. I know that a lot of tournaments have been cancelled. What are the challenges you faced?
Well, first of all, the main issue we had was whether to take the tournament, yes or no. Because we just had 25 days when ATP asked us whether we are willing to do this tournament or not. And then, the Omicron cases were increasing rapidly and we were in dual minds. But then, we took a calculated call with the MSLTA team and the government of Maharashtra that nothing has happened for 2 years for the Maharashtrian players, for the Indian players. And we thought that, it's the right time we should show, give the signal that the life must go on, whether with the pandemic or without the pandemic. So we decided to go, and we had, as I said, we had 25 days. The major issue, the preparation of courts and preparation of event was never an issue with us because we have fantastic team under Sundar Iyer's leadership. We can, we could mobilize everything. But the main issue was the players, visas was the major issue. Then we had issues with the Minister of External Affairs letter. We need a clearance letter. So a lot of other issues like, getting the COVID protocol. Then we had allowed to get into the bubble. So doing the bubble, selecting the right hotel.
Fantastic.
So these issues were the major challenges we had, but we could get
Great.
over everything because of the fantastic team.
Superb, absolutely. I think, like you said, Sundar Iyer, MSLTA, everybody, the government of Maharashtra. So given that you face so many challenges, what are the future plans for the tournament now?
Yes, now, Gaurav, you must have seen that the tournament is growing year by year. Now, everybody is aware of this tournament. Everybody looks, for this tournament. When is it coming? People were asking, like, when is this tournament happening? When is this tournament happening? So we have now going to do more tournaments similar like Challengers in Pune, along with the Maharashtra Open. So it will be called the Maharashtra Open Series. So we'll have a couple of futures, couple of challenges, and we also looking forward to upgrade this tournament in coming years.
Fantastic, because a lot of spectators have actually been asking us, and just to get the spectators, the first 3-4 days there were no spectators. Today, yesterday, today, and tomorrow there are going to be spectators. I mean, the crowd was fantastic today. So what are the plans for the spectators? I mean, can we expect this tournament to keep coming back and tomorrow?
Of course, first of all, we should thank the government of Maharashtra and the ATP that they have allowed us 500 spectators in general. So 500 is a good number, and you would have seen that, the atmosphere changes when the spectators come. So tomorrow also we'll have to, we will be having the similar amount of crowd, and the crowd is going to be enjoying the event. We are already telecasting it worldwide. So, this tournament is going places.
Great. Final question. Who do you pick for the winner tomorrow?
Well, I would go with the Portuguese because, we had a close loss with an Indian. Arjun Khade lost first round at the close match. But now I
So
think
you want him to win?
Yeah, so I want him to win.
Great. That's Prashant Sutar, the tournament director. Thank you, Prashant, for joining
Gaurav.
us.
Gaurav. Thanks.
Well done. Indians Rohan Bopana and Ramkumar Ramanathan playing the French team Sadio Dombier, Fabien Riboul. Final match of Super Saturday. Had two phenomenal singles semi-finals. One took 3 hours and 10 minutes. I think the commentators were as tired as the players were. What do you say, Charu?
Yes, it was certainly exhilarating and therefore tiring because you invest so much in it, even as a commentator. But there are a couple of legitimate questions. One, Rusevori showed a fabulous game. So for me, he's already favorite, much higher ranked, of course. And what did it take out of Joao Sousa? He's 32, very fit, but surely there has to be a high level of fatigue after such a match. Can he recover in time enough to give Rusevori a fight?
Well, I guess we'll only know tomorrow, but I totally agree with you. What I said to someone sitting next to me and watching this match, I said Rusevori must have the biggest smile on his face as this match was coming to an end. And it was not only 3 hours of, it was 3 hours of grueling tennis, corner to corner. Let's have some incredible grueling rallies, and it must have taken a lot out of him. I don't know whether he'll really be ready to be at least 100% tomorrow. That'll be really tough.
It was certainly very physical. Very little work at the net. Just a lot of side-to-side running, heavy hitting, and here is the French pair entering the center court of the Balewadi Stadium complex in Pune. The second semi-final of the men's doubles. One was held last night, where the top seeds got through without much difficulty at all against the Indian pair of Balaji and Vishnuvardhan. But this will be a different ball game here with his jazzy shirt. Rohan Bopana behind him, Ramkumar Ramanathan, who has only recently started playing a lot of doubles, but they are seeded second, and they have, in Australia less than a month ago, won an ATP doubles event. So if that doesn't up your confidence, what will? And yet, despite that, their passage here in this tournament has been rough, if I can say so. They squeezed through in a super tie break in their opening match. And in the next one, no breaks to serve. They did just enough to get the better of their opponents in two tie breaks. So it's been a pretty tough passage. And both matches were, in a sense, Rico, wake-up calls.
Yeah, but like I said, it's always good to win matches when you're under pressure. Fergus Murphy, the Irish chair umpire, a veteran himself, been on the tour for a number of years. It's like Davis Cup, India versus France.
Yeah. Yep. And of course, in the final, Australia already there. So if India or France, whoever wins this, they'll be playing Australia. Happens often enough, but not that often on tour. I mean, plenty of mixed nationality teams. I'd say more than 50%.
And then a photo after this, gentlemen.
Yes, all depends on your ranking, whether you can get into the tournament. So many factors that play into doubles players and doubles teams. The top few are pretty much set for the year, but the rest all depend on whether they get in or not. So very often different partners. Of course, this new pairing of Rohan Bopana and Ramkumar Ramanathan jumped out of the blocks pretty impressively. They won in Adelaide, a 250 event, just before the Australian Open. So Ramkumar Ramanathan is in the yellow t-shirt. the French team of Dombier and Reboul playing Bopana and Ram Kumar.
Well, both have big serves, Rohan and Ram Kumar. That's what's been bailing them out. And reasonably good second serves as well. Every once in a while, Ram Kumar Ramanathan really gives his second a thump. But here's a look at their opponents. First, Sadio Doumbia, 31. Very standard age for doubles players. Just about 6 foot. Hanging around just above the hundreds. Hasn't won, a match at all on the tour? That can't be right. I suppose they've already won a couple of matches here.
Yeah, that will change at the end of this week. This was at the beginning of the week.
Okay, not updated for this week. So, no wins on the tour so far for these three and only 3 appearances. I'd say that's just a massive differential in terms of experience, particularly compared to Ron.
And again, his partner, Fabien Reboul. He's 26, a little younger. Almost the same height. Best ranking again, hovering around the same place, 111, 110. And a career win at 0-3. So they've basically been, I guess, singles players, Charu, who just started playing in doubles. So a lot of singles players towards the end of their career just switch. People, especially singles players in the challenger level, not really made it on the tour. They changed to playing doubles later in their careers.
So I'll ask you, just after we go through the Indian pair and their details, I'll ask you whether you enjoyed playing doubles at all once your singles ambitions were over. Oh boy, career win-loss, 416 to 300. Is that even a figure? That's massive. The prize money commensurate with what he's been doing on tour. Still ranked reasonably well, but he was ranked number 3. So he can play this game, that's for sure. Boom, boom, Bopana. 41 now, so not the youngest. And of course, well over 6 feet.
Still in good physical shape. And his partner, Ram Kumar Ramanathan, 27 years old. Time flies, yeah. Youngster the other day. Turned pro in 2009, right-handed, 188 centimeters. Best ranking of 101, that's his doubles ranking. And career win-loss, 9 wins and 10 losses. Career prize money of almost $1 million. Next time I need a loan, I know who to reach out to.
He's 27, he's smarter now. Rico, he might have to say, oh, listen, sorry, what was that again? Can't hear you.
Both great guys. Rohan and Ram Kumar.
Yeah, if there was, well, I don't mean to be critical, but I mean, if there's one area they need to improve on, that's certainly when Rohan Bopana's serving and Ram's at the net. He seems to be like a rabbit under the glare once in a while and can't put the volleys away. I don't mean to be too critical. And there's no doubt that he'd be working, or somebody would have been telling he'd been working on it. On the run, though, when he plays singles particularly, when he's rushing to the net, his volleying is almost incredible, miraculous. While stationary at the net, maybe he will improve and make sure that Rohan's service is supported better.
The observation is absolutely correct, Charu. Definitely a better volleyer when he's following his serve into the net, or he's transitioning from the baseline to the net. Stationary at the net is always a problem. And this is what we're waiting to watch. The final match on center court. And I call it Super Saturday. Rohan Bopana and his partner Ram Kumar in their quest went their second ATP 250 doubles final in about a month's time. The customary warm-up of 4 minutes. Slowly winding down.
First set.
Rohan Bopana and Ram Kumar Ramanathan taking on Sadio Doumbia, Fabien Reboul.
Well, the crowd's gotten going here at the stadium. They enjoyed a 3-hour-plus singles semi-final, but they're ready for this one. The French pair to serve. Reboul.
Sharp return from Rohan right off the bat.
Yep, he moved well, Rohan ran around the backhand side and unleashed that very powerful forehand. In doubles, you don't see too many points going along. This will be in sharp contrast to the singles match we've just seen. It's going to be bang, bang, thank you, bye-bye. That's what a combination's all about. Reading each other's play, covering up for each other. Safe down the middle, and Rohan was there.
The French, their opening service game under the cosh, serving love 30. Wonderful backhand volley there by Rohan Bopana. Good body serve there from the Frenchman. That was a good play. Again, a good first serve. 30 all.
The French recover from love 30. Ram also made that backhand return, which he wasn't making too much of in the previous match. So that's a good sign too. Did I get involved with the commentator's curse? But it was firmly struck. So now time for the Rambo Express to showcase their wares. We know they serve hard, they serve big. I wonder who's going to start, because in the previous matches, it was Ramkumar Ramanathan starting out and not Bopana. I suppose anybody can, because they're both very, very good. I suspect that's going to happen again. There we go.
Ramkumar Ramanathan from the near end.
Hitting the corner straight away. Big heavy serve. I'm Charu Sharma, and for a change, we got a nice threesome here in the commentary box. Thank you, since the French are playing Ménage à Trois.
Well, growing up, one of my favorite movies was The Three Amigos.
Much better. Gosh, okay, here we go. So, thanks for bailing us out. I'm Charu Sharma. We have Enrico Piperno in the house, our boss, and Don. And of course, Som Dev Barman. Some valuable input. Three Amigos.
My favorite was The Three Musketeers.
We have colorful people in the box.
Seats quickly, please.
Made the first round and got down well for the second. As we have been saying, volleys at the net perhaps not his forte, not yet. But who can argue? What a big serve, great forehand. He pulled off some big forehand line winners in the previous match.
Well, that's a really good backhand inside out, and had a little bit of time to spend with Doumbia, Ribou, the French pair. They say they are best friends, which is why they love playing with each other. Sadio Doumbia was a part of the college system, University of Georgia, same place John Isner went. And game points here for the Indians. Sadio Doumbia, Fabien Ribou had a tough-fought 6-3, 7-6 win in their opening round, and 10-2 in the third set tiebreak against the Italian pair of Gaio Musetti.
That was a big serve out wide from Ram Kumar.
Yes, these two really love India, talking about how much they love Indian food, Indian culture. Sure, they're loving the Indian crowd. Oh well. 3 players of the net, one of the baseline missed.
Yeah, we got the irony of that, but Bopana doing well to keep it going, the net.
Tom, were these two guys playing singles for a long time? One guy's 31 years old.
La vision. Oui, là, oui.
Well, Doumbia, 31, like you mentioned, career high in singles 250, so a very capable player. His partner, 26 years old, career high of 327 in singles. So, like most French players, they know their way around tennis court, but doubles, this is where they've been most successful. Easy opening service game for Sadio Doumbia. The French pair go up 2-1 to the dismay of the crowd, but lots of tennis to be played. Stay tuned.
Hello. Thank you, thank you. Hello, hello, listen. Hello, hello, Nitin.
Which one are you using, 1 or 3?
I should be on 1. Now I'm on 1. Done. Yeah, Nitin, can we get help with...
Well, we just discussed how these men were best friends playing on the doubles tour. Well, they played, I'd say, 78% of the tour together. And incidentally, both of them at their career highs in doubles. So a clear indication that they are playing their best tennis. They are playing together. One of them ranked 110. Sadio Doumbia ranked 111. Ribou 110. So, well, they weren't lying. They are best friends.
The team is on the up. They're always dangerous. The Indians will have to be at their best.
Yes, I was discussing with them how they hadn't played a match in the evening yet, and they were so looking forward to playing an Indian pair in front of an Indian crowd. Well, when he said, na, I just want to confirm it was the two of them do speak in Tamil to each other. So, na means me.
Most of the languages mean no.
I've learned something tonight.
You spent some time with South Indians, Rico.
Sort of language those guys spoke. Sometimes just a short volley is the best one. Hang your racket out there, as Ram Kumar did.
Sir, take a seat, please.
Well, a really good return, to be fair. But just wonderful touch.
Well, he kind of stabbed at it and smiled a bit thereafter, knowing that we've been talking about his volleying at the net, and he'd be saying, oh, well, look, take a look at this.
Oh, great return. And I know this is being played in India, so the Indian crowd, well, I just heard from the winner of the previous match, one of the matches of the tournament, one of the matches of the year, Joao Sousa. Well, easy put away, 2 games apiece, but to complete that thought, Joao Sousa was just complimenting the crowd, talking about how knowledgeable the Indian tennis crowd is, and how pleasantly surprised he was that both players got equal amount of support and also encouragement for great shots. And I must say, I do compliment the crowd here for the same.
Pune is traditionally known as a tennis city. Produced a lot of fine tennis players over the years. Wonderful match they got to watch.
Doubles goes by very quickly, but let's try and settle the debate. I asked Gaurav at the start of the show earlier today, do you think Pune is India's #1 tennis city, or is it anywhere close? And he kind of waffled and said, well, there are many others and what have you. So, Rico, we'll take your opinion, and then Soms, and I'll be happy to give mine. The tennis city of India now, today. Let's not talk about in the 1910s and the 1940s.
Oh, really setting us up.
Whoa, big forehand. Is it going to finish? Now! Point like that really gets the crowd.
Well, you can clearly see the chemistry here between the French pair. Ram did well to put that away. You can clearly see they've played a lot of tennis together. But before we get anywhere, Rico, spotlight's on you.
Not a problem. Till many years ago, maybe 20 years ago, it was always Calcutta or Chennai producing the players. Definitely the top 2 cities in the country.
Oh. Absolutely stunning doubles. I mean, Rohan Bopanna could not have played a better point. Look at the reflexes. And just out of reach, just inside the baseline.
I wonder if Rohan had a play on that and let it go.
Happened so fast. Maybe he did, but really credit to the French pair there.
Right, so let me repeat. No 20, 40, 60-year-old stories. Now, today.
I'm just... I would say it's a lot of cities are producing a lot of tennis players, a lot of active tennis being played. I said in the past it was basically Chennai and Calcutta, but that has changed now. It's changed to a number of cities. Now the tier 1 cities are playing a lot of tennis. It's a tough question to answer, Charu, because at the end of the day,
Smart play with the slice. What you were saying?
At the end of the day, it's a tough call. So I leave it basically to what Som has to say. But I say, like I said, 20 years ago, it was Chennai and Calcutta. Right now, I'm not sure.
That's a bailout.
I promise we'll get an answer from Rico Piperno. I'm going to force him into a corner. Well, Charu, to throw the question back at you before I answer, what defines what's the tennis city of India? What's the best tennis city of India?
Well, go for the top 30 singles players and the top 30 doubles players. Find out which city is the most common.
Purely statistical. Not shocking from Charu.
Those backhand returns still more missing than making as we stay on serve in this doubles semi-final.
Well, live action continues. The semi-finals continues. Ramkumar Ramanathan on serve. The team of Rambo. Remember, they weren't broken in their quarter-final match against the Czech and the Austrian, Vesely and Erler. Want to continue that form. Lovely stuff. Well, I think one thing is clear is that this French pair put a lot of, hey, the three amigos. All we're missing are our hats and our horses. Yes, the French team playing a little bit of cat and mouse, a lot of lobs, balls in the court. And over a period of a match, that does tend to wear on an opponent sometimes, having to hit that extra overhead, having to hit extra volleys, not easy.
There's a very different sort of matchup for Bopanna and Ramanathan. And a wonderful serve down the middle. In their match against Erler and Vesely, they were playing two big servers who were swinging really hard on the returns. Points were short. French are just the opposite. They want to get every ball back. They want to dink it. They want to mix it up. A total different matchup for the Indians this evening.
Well, Charu, I have an answer for you.
Holding my breath.
Well, as Rohan Bopanna, the man from Coorg, puts that ball away, I think attention has to be on his partner from Chennai, because I think Chennai is the tennis city in India, and I don't think there's a question about it. Ramkumar, Prajnesh.
Sriram Balaji.
He's from Coimbatore, but yes,
yeah.
Trained in Chennai, myself included.
Well, hang on, I mean, we're mixing Tripura and Chennai now.
Well, you know, I was a part of a few club events after retirement from pro tennis, and one of the jokes we made was that club I was a part of, Ramkumar Prajnesh, MCC club in Chennai, we could have potentially hosted a Davis Cup team.
Brag. What a brag. No, did you miss it? Well, Rico, weren't you saying that, or were you saying that, all these extra overheads are going to take toll?
Yes, they will. Certainly will. It's just percentages, Charu. You have to imagine if they do it 15 times, they're going to win 1 or 2. That's 1 or 2. Luckily for Team Rambo, that's still game points.
Just putting unnecessary pressure on the serve. Ram has been serving very well, no doubt about it. But put an overhead away, make it easy. Whoa, that looked close.
Talking of clubs, is bragging about MCC.
I can't wait to hear
Club
this.
has produced 23 Davis Cuppers. The time it's of inception, 100-year-old club. Can MCC match that, Mr. Somdev Dev Varman?
You got me there, Rico.
No, hang on. This is all about now, today. Well done with holding the serve, Ram Kumar. Today, let's not... Again, Rico, you're on to 100 years, 500 years. No, I'm not. Today, which is the tennis center of India today?
He answered that question in two sides of it. Then he talked about the MCC and how they could have played Davis Cup. That's the time I brought up South Club.
Charu, your opinion before... Charu, you're the mediator here, aren't you?
Yeah,
I don't want you to be.
The answer is simple. And it's staring at everyone in the face. Bangalore. Okay, I'm just kidding.
Well, the man from Bangalore says Bangalore. The man from Calcutta says Calcutta. The man from Chennai says Chennai. Little bias here.
We're not biased.
No, Bangalore club has produced a lot of Davis Cuppers over the years.
Okay, enough. Chennai. I go with Chennai. Sorry, Kolkata. Bye-bye.
No, I agree. I totally agree. I think Chennai is the capital city of tennis right now.
Some great volleying before the error.
Well, I'll tell you what city it's not. And I've been in many discussions with this with so many players. The limited number of players that come out of Mumbai, really shocking. The tennis capital in Maharashtra, Pune, undoubtedly.
Like I said, this is a definitely different matchup. And I think both Ramanathan and Rohan to stay concentrated. It's not going to be easy. These guys are going to get a lot of balls back tonight, what I've seen so far.
Right on cue.
That was a wonderful forehand.
I mean, took it so early. Smacked it up the line. And, a double pair isn't supposed to cover that. So I don't think that'll bother the French pair too much. But they'll certainly be wary.
Well, Herbu didn't move. It just passed him so quickly.
Wow. Great reflexes. To be fair, Rebu could have done a little bit better with that ball. Standing ever so close to the net, and Ram splitting the team up. Beautiful reflexes. Clever. Very, very clever. Very watchful of the Rohan Bopanna move. Check this one out. Bopes went for the cross and with the slow slice up the line.
Held it late. Watch Bopanna make the move.
Clean as a whistle. Rohan Bopanna ripping that backhand as Rebu attempted a cross. No, says Bopanna.
Classic Rohan Bopanna backhand. Sets up break point.
Deciding point, USA.
Deciding point, 3 games apiece. Well, the big return from Rohan Bopanna does it for the Indians. With the first team with a break. And Rohan Bopanna with that beautiful cross from Ramkumar. Too much to handle. And Rohan Bopanna serving up a break with new balls.
Well done. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Rohan Bopanna, Ramkumar Ramanathan, first to strike. Up a break here now. Rico, I do have a quick question for you. You are one of the top coaches that India has ever produced. And that I don't say that lightly. Coached world #1 doubles pairing. For them better years, let's just say. Now, I never got to play against you, but I have heard rumors that you are one of the smartest players out there. You think there's a correlation there, being a smart player and a great coach?
Oh, I think for sure. Because at the end of the day, especially doubles, it's where you actually put the ball most times. And well done. I like the way Rohan is taking a little bit off that forehand, dinking it down. He's working his way in, making that volley. Something like that is what you teach people to play better doubles, you know? Exactly that. You don't want them to hit that forehand too hard, then it becomes even easier to volley. If you hit that too hard, too high, dink it down at his feet, get it low, and then make sure he plays up. There's definitely a correlation, because at the end of the day, you know, experience is something, Som, that, you know, you can't replicate. And I'm sure you know that as well. Well, I played the game myself and played so much doubles. I may not have played the double level that these guys played, but I was a very, very decent doubles player, probably a better doubles player than I was a singles player. And I learned so much, Som, one thing I did from the people at the Calcutta South Club. And I'll tell you who. I got to watch on a daily basis. People like Premjit Lal, Jaideep Mukherjee, Chiradeep Mukherjee, Bidyut Goswami. I can go on naming you as many names of people. And I used to sit and watch them play every single day. And the nuances that you picked up from them were just spectacular.
Kind of what I'm trying to do now.
Well, let me quickly add to that, Som. Because, you know, you learn your basics of the game when you're 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and you're just improving the same thing. After all, tennis has got, what 6, 8 shots, that's it. It doesn't have 820 shots. So you get better and better and better and better at your first serve, your second serve, you learn a little variety, forehand, backhand. Eventually, everybody's playing the same game. And then you're talking about the value of a coach such as Rico, because then the smarter you play, the more you win, because everybody's got the same, well, similar skills. Where was Rohan going? Good serve.
Yes, but in a blink of an eye, in a flash, like he's done his whole career, Rohan Bopanna getting a hold at love. Easy service game, expected, serving with new balls. Rebu trying to do the same. I mean, French flair. There's something to be said about that.
Well, yes, but I would have expected a little more from the volley right here. Let me rephrase that, Som. That after a certain level, you're not really teaching players forehand and backhand. We're just strategy, tactics, you know, just playing smarter and smarter. I think that's what takes you further up the ladder. And you're talking about Rico's skills.
A small thing like Akhtar Ali made a very good statement to me once when I was very young. He said he drew a 1 and a 0 on the court. And he was teaching us something about, I remember, a slice backhand, the way we should be hitting it. And he said, if you improve this and you get this a little better, you just add another 0. And what does that become? It becomes 100. So, you know, small things. And I'm telling you, so growing up in South Club in those days, the first 5 courts had all world-class players playing on it.
No, did he avoid that? Oh gosh, it was right there on the racket. So Bopanna and Ramanathan still a break ahead. Can they come and have Ramanathan, or just let's call him Ram, finish this off at 6-4? We'll see. So just a quick story about Akhtar Ali, since you mentioned him. You mentioned he loves numbers, 1, 0, and then added 0, and so on and so forth. So from my good friend Ilyas Ghaus, as you know, very close, he used to give us some Akhtar Ali stories of Akhtar loving numbers. So when you say, so when are you coming, Akhtar, you say, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. It's like
I love that answer. I feel like people from Bombay will be able to relate.
Oh, if we can start on Akhtar stories, we could go on all night. What a legend. Really miss him at the club. Never a dull moment when he was around.
Well, I meet Zishan once in a while in Bangalore, which is good.
Perfect start while serving for the set, Ramkumar.
3 more. 2 more.
I just absolutely love his motion. What I would give to have had a serve like a Ramkumar. And when I told him that, he said, what I would give to have legs and ground strokes like yours.
Both your backs well scratched.
Well, one thing for sure, if Som had his serve, he'd still be playing. So many free points.
Easy money. That's what I call it.
Absolutely.
Curse of the commentators, isn't that?
Yeah, that didn't look too good.
There's great second serve, attacking the Doumbia forehand. 35 minutes into this match. Set points for the number 2 seeds. Rohan Bopanna calls for it
6 games to 4.
and does exactly what the Indian pair needed him to do. Thumps it down with authority to ensure Indians win the opening set 6 games to 4.
Score update. First set, India 6-4.
Back with live action now. For those of you who think this pair might be done, think again. In the quarterfinal match against the Italians, Gaio and Musetti lost the opening set. The identical scoreline, 4-6. Came back winning that one 6-3, 10-2, trouncing them in the third set tiebreak. So far from done.
Take your seats quickly, please.
And in doubles, we all do know that things flip with any given moment. They have switched sides, decided to serve from different sides. So now it's going to be Rebu to begin.
Please take your seats. Players are ready. Any seat for now. Change
So a
after
set
the
away
seat.
from the final. The Indian pair of Ramanathan and Bopanna. A little too soon there, didn't he move?
A little too soon, but I mean, good vision. They have won a challenger in Italy earlier this year. And they did it in impressive style without losing a set and no tie breaks played. So, very dominant indeed. Seem to have set plays, don't they, Rico?
Yeah, they seem to have set plays, number one. Only thing I find them to be a little soft, you know. They just don't, they can't really hurt you. Kind of spin their first serve in and not winning any free points on their serve.
Now, Charu, I do have a question for you. You asked us about tennis cities. What about sporting cities in India? Where do you think they lie? And what would you categorize? And why would you say they're the best sporting cities? Yes, Charu Sharma.
Not Mumbai, not Kolkata.
I love his process of elimination. Keep going.
Well, there's a lot going for Delhi, for Bangalore, where there's lots of camps held because of the weather. Bangalore, you know, because of the weather, there's sport virtually through the year. Oh, Ram.
First game, second set.
And strangely, I think one city, well, of course, there's all of Haryana as a whole. There's no city there. I suppose they all moved to Delhi because that's such a big sporting powerhouse in India. But if I were to pick a city, I'd pick Chandigarh.
Huh. Reasons?
It's got a lot going for it. There are many facilities. People are very sports-minded. They tend to spend money on sport. It just is, it seems like a city where sport is encouraged massively compared to many other cities. Also a smaller city with a lot of facilities. So maybe not enough. So that's a sort of a wild card city. But yeah, otherwise I'd say Bangalore.
That's his golf bias, Som.
Possibly. Rico, you're sharp tonight. What's up? Not reaching a Cinderella hour, are you?
I tell you, I've known you too long, Mr. Sharma. A lot of fine golfers coming from the city of Chandigarh.
True that. Also thinking of tennis directly. Of course, CLTA, great venue.
Just the heaviness of the Bopana serve.
Well, everything continues going on. We talk about sports, sporting cities. Rohan Bopana continues holding serve with ease, as he's done his whole career.
You were talking of Ram Kumar's service motion. Rohan's is
Possibly simplest tip, and both of them take no time. Reach the spot, ball in hand, maybe one bounce at most, and bam. Well, two.
Yeah, so rhythmic. And with the same toss, has the ability to hit it. The kick serve, slider, bomb, all directions. In fact, Eric Budurak, one of the best, well, very good doubles player of late, made the finals of a slam. In fact, now the tournament director of US Open, now tournament director of Cincinnati, he said, in his opinion, what hardest serve to return, hardest serve to read was Rohan Bopana. Quite a compliment.
Wow. Happy to hear that on behalf of Indian tennis.
15 love.
A big compliment. So many great servers on the ATP Tour, singles and doubles. Bopana right up there.
See, I told you it was all Bangalore.
Madikeri, I thought.
Yeah, the Kurgis won't be happy to hear that, Charu.
Well, sorry. Yeah, okay. Well, it's the capital of the state. But yeah, Kurg. Do you want me to go on and on about Kurg? I will. I promise.
What I like about this conversation is we're actually highlighting so many of the lovely places where great sports happen in India.
Kurg is not just for tennis and Rohan, but, you know, it's a massive hockey nursery, or was certainly.
Athletics with Ashwini Nachappa's
Also,
academy.
yeah. Good friend. Thanks for the Ashwini mention. We just went to her academy. Fabulous school, Cal's. Great facilities, sporting particularly, in Gonikopa. But of late, not so many players coming out of Kurg, which is a shame. It's much more the Chhattisgarh, Odisha particularly. Wow! We missed that, didn't we? They're doing so much for sport as a state.
Certainly are. That's lovely, stunning jump backhand for a clean winner. Doumbia doing exactly what he needed to do. Held serve at love. The French pair stay ahead in the opening set. The first set to the Indians.
Okay, thank you. Can I have 3 old balls for me, please? 3 used balls for me. Time.
So we are back. 44 minutes on the clock. First set to Bopana and Ramanathan. 6-4 on serve. Ramkumar serving 1-2.
Well, they haven't really been too troubled on their serves.
Well, so I've got to say that the French pair keep popping it up. I mean, they're testing these guys as overheads like they expect them to miss, but I just don't know whether that's a great strategy. They haven't missed much so far, the overheads, the Indian pair.
And for a start, they're playing from very far below the baseline, Charu. So these kick serves from Ram and Rohan, kicking way above their shoulder, not having much of a play, so they're tossing them up.
Yes, I think purely playing percentages, understanding if, well, they were going to lose the point anyway, might as well have the opponent hit an overhead for a winner rather than miss. Well, no problem there, but that happens 15 times, 20 times, and if one of those lobs goes deep, the question is how many can they steal? This one, easy put away at the end. Now, Charu, talked about Orissa, Kerala as well, let's not forget. Goa. I mean...
Goa is a sporting state.
Football.
Football, yeah, but not overall. I mean, the facilities are improving, by the way. There's more and more infrastructure in Goa, and it's therefore being able to host a lot more.
Thank you.
Well, easy hold. Perfect time to mention this. We've covered so much of India, but the Northeast, for me, the hidden gem. So many great athletes. Young kids that are great athletes as well.
I'm sorry, I object. It's not hidden anymore. It's a visible gem. Because so much is coming out of the Northeast. Manipur particularly, good reminder about Tabriz. And boxing, all the contact sports. And I think another 10, 15 years, if the infrastructure reaches the Northeast a lot more, right now it's limited to a couple of cities, they could be the biggest regional powerhouse of sport in India.
Well, they've been throwing up a few lobs, but that overhead packed a little bit of a punch from Doumbia. And remind you once again, don't count this French team out. They've come from behind many a time in their career in this tournament as well. That's not good enough for that occasion. Wrong choice of shot, wrong execution. Rohan Bopanna made them pay the price.
There's a lovely line backhand right here by Ram. Lots of control. And I think she should have just bashed that forehand again instead of going for the lob.
I tend to agree with Charu here. They seem to overdo the lob a little bit. They must have hit about 20 lobs already.
Yeah, maybe more. Yeah.
They're trying to lob both people well over 6 feet.
Oh, tried a little trickery. Had him. Just missed the execution. It was very clever and quick thinking. Take a look at this. Great reflex. Rohan Bopanna moving forward with his momentum. Oh. Well, 30-15.
Was a great serve, but Rabu upset that it was just clipping the tape, so he'll have to do it again.
Great hands.
Good finish by Doumbia. And the next one, straight at Ram. Couldn't get his body out of the way. Well played.
I think it's fair to say when both the Indians at the net, the French pair seem to be going much more at Ramkumar and doesn't seem random anymore. Well, the error from the Ramkumar forehand, trying a little too much. And good hold by the French pair. The Indians still up a break. Excuse me, the Indians still up a set, but on serve in the second. Things on serve, second set. Rohan Bopanna, who's held serve with relative ease, about to serve. Crowds in Pune enjoying the doubles action. Well, here we go again. Seen that pattern a few times already.
A little bit of smash practice. Got hit the second one there.
Well, in doubles you call it stealing points. Ones you're not supposed to win. I think one of the best all time at that was the Bryans. You saw so many points where they would just be in sync, lob after lob. But I mean, they did hit it about 2 feet from the baseline every time. Oh, everybody off balance. The difficulty level of executing that smash, 10 out of 10.
Almighty. I mean, they made some easy ones, some tough ones, but that was special. Slightly off balance, and he went line, which is so tough. I think it spun away from him, and that was the only option. Fabulous.
Incredible rhythm in his serve and his overhead. Loose as a goose, as they say.
Casual. He knows it.
Get away at 40 love.
I like the energy from the French team, I'm not going to lie. Certainly being a little outplayed here, but energy, 10 out of 10. Lob execution, 3 out of 10.
Decision to lob, 2 out of 10.
Remember, it is still on serve, so they do have time to make a move.
Will the move be in one less lock?
Good early calls by Rohan Bopanna. Out, leave it. Because every once in a while, if you're committed to the net, it's so tough to leave, but Rohan's calls have been quick and almost always on point. Just a couple of wrong decisions. Maybe it was the quarters and earlier where he decided to let the ball go and landed in. So much experience at 41, and you saw that number of matches won and lost. So it was like some 800 matches that he's played on the tour, that is.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing out there. Second nature, Rohan Bopanna being on a doubles court.
My question here is to both of you now. Is Rohan Bopanna going to play on the ATP doubles tour longer than Leander Pace?
No.
My answer was 2 letters.
Well, I've asked that from Rohan himself. While he's still successful, while he's still winning titles, while he's still contending in Grand Slams, why not? Seems to be in great shape.
Well, you can always return to Coorg and grow coffee, so what's the hurry?
And I believe if you're having fun and the will is to still compete, age is just a number, especially if you're playing doubles week in and week out.
Well, he enjoys his time on a tennis court, that's for sure. Now, 3 game points. Well, he misses another backhand return. We've seen that a few times today. And quietly, the French continue to sneak ahead. Things on serve still in the second set.
No, I hope they're not going into a sort of a little bit of slumber, you know. They're just not doing enough with the returns. The French are holding very easily. And, you know, this doubles is a bit of a shootout as it nears the end of the second set, you know. 1 or 2 errors here or there and it could get tight.
Well, a singles-like point from one team, a doubles-like point from the other. And again, the French just resilient.
Yeah, I like that. I think they've made some wrong choices with the lobs, but otherwise they're playing with so much more care and concern and hunger. And these two seem to be depending on the big serve. Which is working in the main. But, you know, a couple of serves here and there. And then if you're not really keenly trying to break the opposition, you might find yourself in a hole.
Totally agree. Well, that one, it worked. They've faced 0 break points, the Indians. Well, the lob was good there. Not sure about that forehand.
That forehand bounced before the net. I don't know what he was trying.
It's a complete miss hit. We all know he's better than that.
Well, there you go. There's the one I was talking about. And especially under pressure, when they know they can't rip the return back, just toss it up in the air. Not the most attractive tennis, tell you that.
And the big serve. Getting Ram Kumar out of trouble.
I love the way Ram Kumar G's himself up with fight.
That's a good point. Important point.
Was a great pickup on the half volley by Ram, we'll have to say. And sure, the French could have and should have done a lot more. That's just wonderful there.
Not sure about that volley.
Yes, the French will be annoyed, I would assume, because had they put that volley away, had they made it a little difficult, won the point, would be deciding point. Now, that's how close this match has been, despite the appearances.
So now, do the second seeds, Bopanna and Ramanathan, focus a little more on the return, trying to break right here rather than just wait for it to be a tie break?
Well, one thing I would be a little wary about, again, first serve percentage much higher for the French pair. First serve points won about equal. Second serve points won, 71%. They've only lost four points on second serve, so don't take them lightly by any stretch of your imagination.
Definitely crawling into the game silently, but they're getting in there. That's what I said. It's very, very important that Bopanna and Ramanathan stay focused. Because, you know, playing a two Frenchmen like that, they're not really giving you any rhythm at all. Tossing the ball up here, serving and staying back.
Okay, second serve. Do we have a Bope special return?
Well, take a look at that lob. Well, I'll tell you what, it's certainly pre-planned. They knew it was going to be hard. And sometimes when you're playing against giants, not a bad idea to lull them to sleep with a lullaby. That's what the lob's doing. Again, 3 game points, 40 love.
Only thing missing is Som's guitar right by the court side.
Well, sorry, Rico, I don't put anyone to sleep. Great hold by the French team. Great hold at love. Going to force Rohan Bopanna to serve to stay in the set.
Well, if there's any pressure at all, I wonder if Rohan Bopanna is going to show it. Such a veteran, and all match long, he has shown great steady serve. But the returns, that's a bit of a problem. So, Rico, the returns, very poor percentage by the Indian duo. He got to it.
Well, that's how they steal points. And the strategy becoming clearer.
He did very well there, but 3 or 4 overheads before that went straight to the pair. You really have to put them away. Maybe not the first, certainly the second. And a very smart little drop there by Dumbia. Good attempt by Rohan, but he's not going to be the quickest at 41. And a point they should have won 3-4 times is now against them.
1 hour and 6 minutes into this match. All of a sudden, opener serve in trouble. Love 30.
Well, Charu, just to add to that point you made earlier, the French pair losing 0 points on their second serve and only losing the 1 point on their first serve. That's the entire second set.
Sounds ridiculous. I mean, 0 on second serve. That's when you attack, that's when you get the points. I'm not saying a million, but a few.
Took that away as well. And I'll tell you what, that was awfully close.
Very lucky at the top of the tape.
Well, he had him.
Yeah, Bopan was beaten. He wasn't going for that. Well, brief respite for the second seeds.
Well, somebody call 911 because there's a robbery happening on a center court. And the French are currently stealing the second set. Set points here on the Rohan Bopanna serve out of nowhere.
What does Ram do? Does he try and get some more angle on those overheads because not being able to put them away?
That's better. Hung in tough. The French are starting to make every single ball now.
Yes, Rohan working very, very hard here. Well, I mean, yes, angle it away a little bit more, certainly, but still set points for the French.
No one's moving here in the stadium. Great to see spectators.
And a heist has happened.
A double fall from Rohan Bopanna takes this match into a super tiebreak.
Ball girl. Ball girl.
Guys. Param Sab, can you just show me the energy of the French pair and then show me the... Right now, the French pair...
France 6-4.
A super tiebreak, that's what awaits us. That's the last bit of semi-final action left at the Tata Open Maharashtra. The winner of this match will be up against the #1 seed Luke Saville and JP Smith of Australia in the finals. That will be tomorrow. And just a super tiebreak First to 10. That's what we have to play with a difference of 2.
Well, did I call them squeeze masters or what? Yeah, because they've squeezed through every round, and here they have no choice but to squeeze once again into the super tiebreak and see if they can win the Indian pair, the second seeds. But the French have played smart, and here they are in the third, well, the super tiebreak.
Well, a cross was planned based on the movement from Rohan Bopanna and the return. Ramkumar hesitant to make that cross, and lack of communication. Rico, I'm a little stumped.
Rico is the coach.
Well, they need to regroup right now. Can't let this get away any further. For starters, just keep it simple.
Again, very clear to see who they're targeting at the net. Hush in the crowd. Ramkumar wants a free serve. Love to, far from ideal. Still in it though. Well, understanding the value of ball in court, really blocking returns back. The French pair doing, well, sensationally well. But this forehand, something he'd want back. Indians perhaps getting away. Rohan Bopanna fully, well, covering that ball. No chance. Mini break.
Night and day, you know, having Ram come in behind the serve, and then when he's stationary at the net, you make him play a second volley when he's in the net, he's in trouble. All of a sudden, they're growing in confidence, the French pair.
Yes, in the quarterfinals, remember, they did win in the super tiebreak 10-2. So, well,
We serve so smart. Going to the forehand of Ram for a change. Dumbia.
well, this is getting away quickly. Rico, what do they need to do?
Well, Rohan starts missing, and you know there's trouble. It was a very makeable forehand, wasn't it? So short, it was half court.
Yes, perhaps feeling the pressure.
Little rattled here, the Indian team.
Understanding if he just rolls it in, they're going to attack Ram at the net again. So trying to do a little more. Well, the French team are playing their tactics to perfection at the dismay of the Indians. The teams changing ends, a commanding lead, 5-1.
Well, some effort to cheer the Indian pair on, but there's a lot of consternation written on the faces of many of those watching. And I must say in the commentary box too, there's more than a little bit of concern about the fact that the French are playing to a plan, getting away with it. The Indians at this point of time, obviously under great pressure. Can they serve themselves out of this? But they have to return too, because they're well behind. So it's now all in the returns. They can make a few serves for sure.
See you later on that one. Much more confident for a shorter lob, of course, but I certainly don't think this is too far from reach. In a hole, no doubt, but remember the French don't have massive serves. They've just been serving very effectively, very smartly.
Well, this is the critical phase of the super tiebreak. If they make at least one or two returns now, they're in the game. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's going to zip away from them, the Indian pair.
Well, he made the backhand return, but barely shanked it. And after that, being outmaneuvered, really, taking Rohan Bopanna completely out of play. I have to say, very impressed by the French. Their main weapons, their teamwork.
And if I may say so, much better at the net. More balanced, more secure at the net, trusting themselves.
They're outsmarting the Indians as we speak.
Well, potential cross there, opportunity. Half cross, missed it. And Rohan Bopanna looked a little well, surprised that he had to hit another forehand. Well, we have seen comebacks. We have seen comebacks from this position, but they'll truly require something special, something extraordinary. 2-7. Got away with one, really.
Yeah, it's because Zabur was charging and couldn't quite handle that on the run.
Well, got a stat just now from... just read it out. Great point, good save by Ramkumar, but I just got a stat sent to me from double specialist, good friend Purab Raja. In the last 5 years, just listen to this, in the last 5 years, this French pair has played over 250 tournaments together, even before the last 5 years. So that explains the level of connection. Yes, challengers, ATPs, everything put together. 250 events. The commitment. Well, just long, short challenge coming up. Perhaps in vain.
You asked Purav how many times he's played them in the 250 tournaments?
Well, yes, this teamwork is really working well for the French pair. Well, the technology showing us, well, wasn't close, really.
After an hour and 18 minutes, the French team of Dombier and Ribol in command of the super tiebreak. They've been 8-4. And remind our viewers, team that reaches 10 first with a difference of 2.
The Indian pair hasn't really been able to figure out their returns, not yet. Cost them. And so we read a stat that not only the first serve, but on the second, they'd won virtually nothing. That's so unusual.
Well, good point there from Ramkumar. Getting one mini break back, and hey, remember, right now it's just one mini break down. Indians fighting back, love to see that. These two have played together since the Futures. Also came to India, played in Pune in the Futures. Doumbia winning singles there, but this is a complete different ball game. Yes, well done. Finally, an overhead put away on the first opportunity. Took Rohan Bopanna.
I was talking about finding a little bit of angle, and that was just perfect, instead of just batting it back to the two Frenchmen.
8-6, there's a chance, glimmer of hope. I love to see the fighting spirit here, Charu.
That's what we're all come here to see. And of course, people who have recently got themselves invitations to this Tata Open. Oh, Brilliant return. What a time.
Came up with a big forehand there. Doumbia sets up the French with 3 match points.
Oh, the half volley didn't miss by much, but certainly wide.
They've slowly but steadily crawled themselves into this match and now are in a commanding position, serving 9-6.
Oh, that one. Well, no call. Challenge. Both teams are ready to challenge. It's agonizingly close, isn't it? Staring at the mark.
Correct. My first impression, long, but obviously the linesperson is in a much better position. And here's the challenge, the crowd rising to it. This could be for a place in the final. Oh! Barely in. Well done to the linesperson, the Indian duo. And the crowd here will certainly be saying,
is there a twist to the tale? The drama continues. Match points for the French pair. The second one on their serve. Out of this world.
Point of the match by the Indians. And back on serve.
well, how important is this serve? And
he made a backhand volley there too, Charu. Ram Kumar.
wow. But how steady was Rohan? Brilliant. Making quite a few forehands there.
Under immense pressure.
Okay, let's see some bombs now, Ram. You got that backhand volley in. You're back. We're waiting. Let's go.
No chance for the French, who lobbed that one back. And in incredible fashion, the Indians have fought back and have somehow leveled this match at 9 points apiece.
You think there are 20,000 people here in the Balewadi Stadium?
Definitely sounds like it. So that forehand of Ram Kumar, that was in by about a millimeter. Allowed the Indians to live another day, and haven't they taken advantage of it? They've crawled themselves back to 9 points apiece.
They got many free points on the serve. This is the one time they desperately require that free point on a big serve. Here we go.
Well, there is Ram Kumar Ramanathan. In the previous single semi-final, it was Joao Sousa who saved 3 match points. Can the Indians do the same? Big serve when he needed it most. Bomb up the tee, no chance. And now, Saudio Doumbia to serve, down match point. Ram Kumar returning.
Come on, Ram. Big serve now. Just a decent return.
Top of the tape. Wow. What late night drama here in Pune. That backhand from the Frenchman.
He had it.
And he absolutely had it. Ram had that forehand. We're tied up again. 10 points apiece.
Well, a little tight on that volley. Rohan Bopanna using his experience, making sure he made his opponents play when it mattered, and he made them miss when it mattered. Red Bull seeing the opening, overplaying, and now it's a Rohan Bopanna.
A lot of heat on that backhand, and which is why perhaps the error by Red Bull. So, Rohan, you've done this only 3 million times. One big bomb, you're in the final.
Ensuring an Indian team will be in the final of the biggest ATP 250 event in India here at the Tata Open Maharashtra in Pune.
What a turnaround in the super tiebreak. Down, hopeless, buried. And the second seeds using all of Rohan Bopanna's experience and some neat volleying and serving by Ram. Worked their way back, and then Rico, just a brilliant finish, a rousing finish. The crowd here loving it, so of course do all fans in India.
I'm just lost for words. What can I say? They were done and dusted. 6-9, but 2-7. But tremendous fight back by the Indians, giving this late night crowd here in Pune something to cheer about. And as you see the final results, Rohan Bopanna and Ramkumar Ramanathan coming through 6-4, 4-6, 12-10 in the super tiebreak.
Ever said it before, the squeeze, boys? Wow! Gosh, this was really tight.
Well, take a look at these statistics. The Indians total points won, less. The important points won, more. Match points saved, 3. Of course, the aces, well, those stats will never tell the true story of this match. And what an incredible match, what an incredible day of tennis, Charu Sharma.
Well, they are true squeeze masters. The first serve points virtually the same. You know, a quick thought for the French pair. You've been praising them, and there's no doubt that they played very well, played sensibly. And just that last point was where they kind of got left stranded. Almost like, you know, rabbits under the glare, saying what happened there? But it was a fabulous forehand by Rohan Bopanna, right down the middle. And how often have we said, hit it down the middle? There was a big gap, he found it, but so close, so close. And, you know, I mean, this is a nerve-jangling match once again, semi-final. I wonder what that will do to the final, but Rohan's so experienced, I'm not so sure he'll care too much. Ram just needs to up his game a bit, and they can give the Aussies a big fight. The Aussies, remember, are top seeds. These guys are number 2. So Rohan and Ram are going to be absolutely over the moon, as all fans were. Tanvi Shah catches up with them.
Team Rambo has made it to the finals of the Tata Open Maharashtra. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. 2-7 in the super tiebreak, then 6-9. Do you want to check everyone's heart rate here and the pulse?
I think it's because of that heart rate and that cheering we got through that, you know. So thank you guys for staying. You know, I don't know if, to be honest, I don't know in the quarterfinals if you were down 2-7 and 6-9 without any energy coming from the crowd, it was going to be difficult. So really, really, thank you for that. And I think, you know, very happy to be through to the final.
Well, Ram, who do you want to dedicate this win to? I know you have a message for someone.
Yeah, actually, it's one of my really close friends' wedding today. Unfortunately, I can't be there, but this one is for you, Sauba, and for all the fans here.
So sweet. Okay, now Team Rambo has obviously made the finals in Adelaide and then won. Now again in Pune, so should we say it's safe to say Team Rambo is here to stay?
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you keep, you know, playing this good and, our camaraderie is great off the court. I think that really helps us, on the court. Sometimes I'm hard on Ram, but then it's really to bring the best out of him on the court. And I know that's when he really works hard and he pushes a lot. So, yeah, in a few more tournaments, if he can get in wherever with the rankings, definitely would love to keep this partnership going.
I guess if you guys keep playing this way, you know what's going to happen. Well, congratulations and good luck for the finals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
A truly dramatic finish to a fabulous day of tennis here. Semi-finals of the Tata Open Maharashtra 2022. We have no doubt you would have enjoyed the action. The crowd here at the stadium, in limited numbers as permitted, had a fabulous time. So did all of us in the commentary box, and I know you did, watching wherever you did. Ruth Savori getting past Kamil Maharashtra 6-3, 7-6. Elias Ymer, heartbreak for the man from Sweden as Joao Sousa came through 7-5 at the end of a bruising match. 3 hours and some minutes. Doumbia and Ribot from France doing so much hard work. Lots of opportunities, match points, but it was Rohan Bopanna and Ramkumar Ramanathan, the second seeds, who make the way through to the final. So tomorrow, that's how it's going to be. Emil Rusevori, young but so talented, is going to take on the somewhat fatigued Emil Joao Sousa. That's the second match, but of course the crowd here will be delighted to have some Indian interest. Second seeds Rohan Bopanna and Ramkumar Ramanathan. They've squeezed past every single match so far. They're going to take on the top seeds Luke Saville and John Patrick Smith. Is it going to be easy? No. Are we in for another fabulous day of tennis? Absolutely. On behalf of Somdev Devarman, Enrico Piperno, Gaurav Natakar, and the entire production team, thank you so much for joining us. Only 1 day left here, the only ATP tournament in South Asia. We've enjoyed your company today, and we hope you will join us tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.